meeting back to originally started on the 26th, and we had scheduled today for day 2. I will, we're just calling back to order, I'll just move right into roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang. Might be with us at some point today. Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Not yet. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I think I saw Councillor Tang is on here as well.
Good morning.
And I think Councillor Paquette's also here now too. Correct?
Good morning.
Good morning. Fantastic. So, just as a reminder about where we're at, all of the items from 3:21 to 3:30 have been dealt with. We are in the process of dealing with items 3:1, 3:2, 3:3. After that, we'll be moving over to the Belgravia item 3.7. Then item 3.8, which is the Strathcona item. Then we'll go to 3:11, which is the Grosvenor item. 3:12, which is Lansdowne. 3:13 and 3:14, which are the Heritage Valley Town Centre item. 3:15, 16, and 17 are also dealt with together. That's the Orchards at Ellerslie. 3:18 and 3:19 are dealt with together. That's Virginia Park. And then finally 3:20, which is the Meadows Catchment Arterial Road item. So we'll continue on in that order. We had already started 3:1, 3:2, 3:3. We had gone through our speakers, and I believe we had started questions of administration. I'm guessing, I can't remember, it's been too long. We had a whole council meeting in between. We started asking questions. I don't know which order, so we're just going to start a fresh board. So if you were on the board before, my apologies. I don't know if we kept that, so let's just start from a fresh board where you can jump on, click on to ask questions. I'll probably go to the ward councillor first if they have questions. Councillor Parmar, do you have questions?
I do. Just in reviewing the conversations about the wetland for the NSP, I noticed it also in the ASP. So has it changed from the ASP to the NSP?
It has not changed in terms of it being a protected area. It has changed in terms of the desktop saying that that it is a wetland as opposed to simply a natural area. The shape and the protection remains exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. And so can you just remind me, so Grand Isle was the 4th out of 5th for Riverview ASP. And is it because Grand Isle is half already owned by previous landowners that the applicant would like to extend neighborhood 3 a bit further south?
I'm not, let me see if I understand your question correctly. So there is ownership that's that crosses the border between the existing boundary between the two. So the current landowner does own some land that goes into the Grand Isle neighborhood and some that goes into River's Edge. And so that does make it more challenging in terms of subdividing land assembly for the park, et cetera.
Okay.
And sorry, Councillor, it's not just the land ownership that informs where the boundaries of the neighborhoods are. There's some logical, like in terms of where the servicing is coming from. And so it's not just one reason in terms of why the boundary is being proposed to be expanded.
Okay. It's my understanding also that the middle part of that was the tree stand. And is that why it has taken a while to come back?
The original concept had a stormwater management plan that included a stormwater management facility that was on both those parcels, and it straddled that tree stand. The tree stand was brought up through one of the earlier public hearings, I think it was 2022, where the landowner was hoping to find a way that they could protect that area. And so the applicant went back and did some additional work, and through a lot of additional studies, they were able to find a solution that would continue to serve and meet the needs of the drainage system while also enabling the potential protection of those trees in the future. Though I would also suggest that the applicant may have additional information on that should you find the time.
Thank you. And so, okay, and so it's been 4 years to deal with, kind of that, just the tree stand. So just in furthering my questions, would it be then to say that if we were going to refer back to wetlands, it could also be a significant amount of time?
There's some significant studies that would need to be done on that land. It's not so simple, even the process of delineating the wetland would take significant time. But the additional studies would also be required. It's not just, it's not a wetland. What is it? And so studies would need to be prepared to service whatever land use that it becomes. So if you were to make it low-density residential or medium-density residential, the servicing concepts would also have to be completely rewritten to enable that being brought online. So it really isn't as easy as it's not a wetland.
Okay.
It's not a wetland, and what is it, and how do we ensure that that is serviced?
And so would be the next step then for that landowner to bring forward, like also as this proponent is to bring it forward to city administration with doing all of those studies, and so that we could parcel out that 40 acres. Would that be like the next step?
Yeah, the way that we would recommend approaching it is that we deal with this particular application as it is, and we've recommended support for this for council to approve. And then the landowners with the wetland could come in, have their studies prepared, and make their own application, which would support the land uses that they would like to see developed on their land. And those studies would be prepared and support whatever those visions are. And then again, we would review that information and provide it to you with our recommendation for either support or refusal at that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just following up on that, I think those were some helpful questions or answers to those questions. So I guess my big question is the location, okay, first of all, I think that was good clarity. So even if it's not wetland, it would still potentially be a natural area. Okay, because I was just thinking about, the rest of the plan area being contingent on that in terms of some of the east-west ecological corridors, for example. And so if the wetland was deemed to not be there, would we then not be able to connect into those other pieces? Could you talk me through that?
I can, in the sense that that's why we want to look at it from that holistic application. So depending on what the application they brought forward and where the actual delineated wetland is upon receiving more detail, that would inform the open space review on how do we best ensure that the ecological connections that are required are in place, how do we make sure that the other land uses complement maybe what is remaining. And so I think having that fresh application with what they actually intend to do on that site and having the detail in the studies really reflect what they intend is a better approach to moving forward with that holistic review.
But I think that's my concern is can it be holistic if it's only looking at that parcel?
It would have to be. Like we'd have to look at all of the impacts. So if the wetland is smaller than delineated right now or something else that impacts drainage, land use, mobility. So we have to take a look at that time. But this application, as it sits right now, we are comfortable with it and it is ready for council consideration.
Okay, so there's no risk that, lands to the east, let's say, develop in a way that are contingent on the configuration as currently proposed, and then down the road that configuration changes, which makes this not functional.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. I just want to follow up on some comments that we heard that, part of the reason that the amendment was done was that it was unlikely that the Grand Isle NSP would have come to be on its own. There weren't sort of enough participating landlords. So that just makes me wonder again, we fund our public infrastructure through the subdivision process. So if we, are we not anticipating that the full area will be developed that would provide the input for roads, for example, arterial roads?
I think the important thing with Grand Isle is, again, the size, the oddness of the shape. And so we think that we have a better way of doing that by including the portion into the White Birch area as part of that oncoming one, with this portion coming in through the River's Edge application. So in terms of being able to get the park space that's required, the dedication for that district park, for example, and the infrastructure required, being able to subdivide this additional land actually makes sense from a servicing perspective.
And we think that the subdividing is likely to happen, like that is development ready.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to follow up, there was a note that there are some properties that are not within 600 meters of transit. Was that, the existing country residential?
Yeah, in that area, yes, to the very south. There are about, when we did the walkshed analysis, it was around 160 to 200 lots that were outside. And in order to reconcile that, there is policy direction, objective 37 and 38 in the NSP, that it speaks to better permeability and accessibility to the area.
Yeah, and sorry, just again for my understanding, the 160 to 200 lots, those are existing, those are existing conditions?
I think we can clarify bringing slide 13, 14 on the screen. It just shows that area clearly. So it is north of Quadrant Avenue, the pocket that is just at the edge of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think my question is more, are we building a neighborhood that leads to this outcome, or is there just some existing conditions which, because they're already locked in, we're just not able to accommodate them within the 600 meters? Like, are we creating 200 new lots that we know up front aren't going to have transit access?
I believe it's a combination of both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, I think, was next. Please go ahead. Councillor Paquette. There you go. You're
Sorry
unmuted.
about that. I got disconnect.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll start your time. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you. So, to administration, just a quick question about some of the projection assumptions in the report. When reading the report, it looks like those were based on 2015, 2012 numbers. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific as to which projection numbers you're referring to?
Yes, absolutely. So in the chart that shows the let me just pull it up. I can't
The
remember.
land
It
use
is
statistics?
summary of revenues and expenditures, the cumulative city costs and cumulative revenues over a 50-year period. Figure 9.
Sorry, and could you repeat the question, Councillor?
Yeah. Those numbers that inform this, those are 2015 numbers?
Yes, that's when the IMP was completed for the ASP area. Or was it River's Edge? For the River's Edge neighborhood. My apologies.
Yeah, that was my assumption. Do we have an updated set of numbers that would show us what it looks like now?
No, we have our land use. Population statistics that are in the NSP, but the IMP is a snapshot in time when the NSP comes to council for approval. That's the only time that it is done, and it's the only time that those numbers are calculated.
Okay, well, let me walk you through this a little bit. So, as far as I understand, those 2015 numbers are based on density of 25 units per hectare?
Yes, and they're based on the policies and the assumptions that were made at that time.
Right. But then now we see that we're looking at close to about 36 units per hectare.
That's correct.
Yeah, and the city target is 45, obviously, for developments going forward after this current round of applications is done.
That's correct. And the new land, sorry, Councillor, the new land being added is coming in at approximately 40 units per hectare.
Right. Okay, 40 units. So even at 36, Well, let me put it this way. So the revenue per hectare in 2015 was anticipated to be about 70,000 uh, uh, dollars per hectare or something like that. Is that? I'm trying to do the math here.
It sounds
Like,
about,
what was the? Yeah, go ahead.
no, that sounds about right. And then with the actual densities that we are realizing, as you mentioned, in terms of the 38, or sorry, the 36 that we're hitting.
Yep.
So that is a higher than what we assumed when the IMP for the neighborhood was completed.
Yeah, it'd be closer to about 150,000. Like
Yes,
double.
you're doing the math. So, yes.
Well, I'm asking you to like, I can make lots of errors, but yeah. So it just seems that that chart that shows a projection um, is wildly out of date and doesn't show the actual revenue that is going to be coming from the area. Is that fair to say?
Councillor, it is out of date, and on top of that as well, we've had a good portion of the previous neighbourhoods built out at much higher densities than were originally anticipated.
Yeah, yeah. So it changes the. It's just because I was looking at the chart, I was like, boy, that looks pretty grim going into the future. But then I was like, well, wait a minute, those are 2015 numbers. What happens if we update them? And suddenly, and I don't want to put my stuff out there, but suddenly it looks much more positive for the bottom line over time.
It
So,
does, yeah.
Yeah, okay. What would be the mechanism to just get that updated in future reports? Would we have to make a motion, or could that just be included? Like, okay, and here it is adjusted for current density and taxation rates and so on and so forth, and the cost of infrastructure.
Yeah, we would have to. It's not something that we do. So yes, it would have to be through motion.
Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe I'll think about that as a subsequent later. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round of questions?
Sure. I'm moving to another round of questions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote for another round of questions.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a referral motion. Can I do that before closure of public hearing, or is it best to close public hearing?
I think you can do it before
You
public
can.
hearing, and then everything's still kind of live, Councillor, so
Okay.
it's actually preferable, in my opinion.
Okay, great. Well, I will, if I may,
Go ahead. Yeah.
move that Charter Bylaw 21356 and Bylaws 21357 and 21358 be referred back to administration to work with the applicant to adjust layouts to ensure all new lots created will be within 600 meters of transit. Oh yeah, apologies. I just updated from this morning. And update the River's Edge NSP Integrated Infrastructure Management Plan to reflect updated assumptions, costs, and additional land from the proposed amendment, and return to a future City Council public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. We'll just get the updated motion on the screen there so everyone knows what we'll be discussing. Has that been sent over to the clerks? We're just updating? Yeah, okay, they're just in the process of doing that. While they're doing that, go ahead and please introduce.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the second bullet. I appreciate my colleagues' questions on this. And I agree, a lot has changed since 2015, since the IIMP was created for this plan. I think that there have been some very positive changes. Seeing the higher densities in these neighborhoods is an excellent outcome. And I think there are reasons to hope that an updated IIMP would show that there's much greater financial sustainability in the model. The reason I think it's important that we have this in writing is I don't feel comfortable going back to Edmontonians and saying, oh, well, I guessed or I assumed that this would be a financially viable neighborhood. I think it's incumbent upon us to have that properly analyzed because not only have densities increased, but we know our costs have increased as well. This, again, just ensures that we're doing our due diligence, that we can show our work to Edmontonians, and not add to the financial pressures that we discussed yesterday. The first bullet is just to address this issue. I can appreciate that if there's existing country residential, there can be constraints to providing transit access. I understand that that's just a condition that may exist. I am just concerned to hear that we're creating new lots that are not going to be meeting our transit standards. I think there's just value in reviewing that and ensuring that it's complying with our goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. I had a chance to catch up on the conversation on this file yesterday and wanted to just to administration. Sorry, first maybe to the mover. So your intent is that we will not consider these bylaws until these conditions are fulfilled, right?
Yeah, correct. So just be a return to, yes.
Okay. And then to administration, I think in particular the second piece, like what's the typical timeline to do that? And I have heard about sort of the challenges of updating IMP when part of the neighborhood, the area is already, or it has infrastructure already, so it's harder to do this exercise.
Yes, that's correct. And then integrating that into for what we're doing with or for the proposed, and given the constrained nature of the land area that we are requesting to be added into River's Edge, we know that a large portion of it is going to be residential, and so in terms of the value add or the meaningfulness of that, while moving this forward in a timely manner.
Okay, and then I imagine this isn't the only suburban neighborhood AS or IMP that's more than 10 years old. We talked about one yesterday. This is another one. Do you have a sense of how many of these we still have?
There's a lot, Councillor. I'm sorry, I don't have the number, but there's many.
Councillor, there was IAMPs done for each of the 3 remaining urban growth areas that were outlined in the old plan, so Riverview, Dakota, and Horse Hills. As the team mentioned, these are points in time and meant to inform council's approval or decision at the time of adoption of the plan. What I would say in terms of updating the entire Riverview IAMP, outside of the area that is applicable to this plan amendment, that information shouldn't turn into or shouldn't be considered in terms of what is being applied for today. So if you have an updated IAMP for the entire Riverview or River's Edge NSP, that information and that plan's already been approved. So what is missing is the gap for the amended area, and through our review and analysis of both the existing IAMP at the ASP level, what's being added, which includes a mix of existing country residential and further additions to residential and a little bit of commercial. The ASP IAMP won't change significantly, which is why the update wasn't done to bring it forward currently. If anything, it'll improve the conditions because of the increased density.
And sorry, Councillor Tang, I'll just quickly add that we would need projections from the consultant in terms of the new area as well as the real cost data from business areas, and the total time that this would take would be about 4 months in terms of getting the data, the analysis, the reviews, and the approvals, and it does put time and cost on the additional time and cost on the applicant.
Okay. And I guess back to the mover, I mean, I understand where you're wanting to go with this, working towards, cost neutral for the municipality, but do you see a value in, like, I guess, do we take the approach of reconsidering IMP for all of our suburban neighborhoods? Or do we take it on a case by case, like is it more effective to take it case by case on over rezoning when it comes forward?
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent point, and certainly my intent would be that this becomes standard practice for all significant amendments or new plans. I think the important part is that the portion of the plan that is subject to the amendment, to the best of my knowledge, would not have had an NSP level IAMP completed. So that's a
Okay.
gap right now, and I think important to address.
Okay. Okay. And if we wanted to standardize the practice, which I don't, disagree with, we will have to write that into policy. Is that correct, administration?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'll just stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. When I was looking at the ASPs and the NSPs and the IAMPs, the IAMP is supposed to be taken in a holistic view with everything else in that package. So if you're just trying to find out one part of it, it's hard to make a decision without doing the entire rest of it. Is that true, that it's like one part in the holistic picture of what council needs to look at, like the IIMP?
Correct, Council. That is true. When we look at IAMPs, we look at it typically on the whole area structure plan, because there are uses such as the district school site, maybe a fire station, that services the whole area. So to look at one neighbourhood in isolation really doesn't give you the picture of what's happening in the entire basin or area, let's say.
Right, and I think when this Riversview ASP was approved, it was approved from council previously because it was more dense than even at that time the consideration.
That's right. It was slightly higher than the targets we were looking at in the regional growth plan. When we did the IIMP as well, we also put in some employment areas closer to Henday in the northern portion of the area to balance off the revenues and costs that we see. Those uses come on later. They're slowly starting to see some rezoning in those areas. So it's a completely moving target to try and do an IIMP today versus what was originally proposed.
Okay, and the area in question already has residential in it. Would you say then that is probably the least dense area of the four neighborhoods that are already approved, or the three neighborhoods that are already approved?
Sorry, Councillor, just a clarifying question. Are you referring to the country residential segments
Yeah.
that are already developed? Those are exceptionally low density,
Low
correct?
density.
Yep.
So as we look at city plan and as we look at you maximizing the land use in that previously Grand Isle, now as the river's edge, we would be making it more dense and allowing more tax revenue.
Again, so the overall plan with this amendment would come in at 36, which is higher than the plan. And the new area that's being added on, the 105 hectares, or sorry, I guess it's 107, but significant portions are park, would be 40 units per net residential hectare.
One of the concerns that I hear often is about not having amenities in the area. Can you confirm that the River's Edge actually has provincial funding for the school? There is a school in River's Edge that is being funded?
I'll just look to Travis and Kim whether they know. I don't know offhand.
We can just follow up on that, Councillor Parmar.
Yeah, I believe I've driven by, door knocked that area quite often, and there is a big sign that says school, and I believe the funding is in. So then adding residents to this existing area should actually help for some of the amenities that are already being planned. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So just for that school then, would that be shovel ready? I mean, I know the province has announced in their budget funding for these schools as long as they're shovel ready.
Councillor, I'm just trying to find the list of the schools that were included in this accelerator program.
Okay, I'll let you do that and ask a couple of other questions then. Thank you. To the mover, are you planning a subsequent perhaps that would then require all NSPs coming forward to have an updated IAMP?
Yes, yeah, and that's my hope for the subsequent motion we passed at council yesterday around a revised terms of reference. And so that would set out the requirements such as an updated IIMP for major plan amendments.
So even though we have many, we wouldn't be requiring them all done right now?
Oh, no, just as they come forward.
Okay,
Yeah, that's a
okay.
great clarification.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
okay. Okay, thank you for that. I guess I have one question in specifically the re-outline of the wetland. I do notice that it crosses over an arterial road, and I'm just wondering what sort of the requirements would be to protect that wetland from, 199th Street?
That was some of the consideration in terms of the initial work done when we're looking at placing the arterial road, ensuring that the drainage is able to sufficiently service and maintain the existing wetland with its pre-development flow rates. And so I guess in terms of what we can do to ensure that is we have in the future delineated area of the wetland that will be established, as well as the 30-meter buffer, as well as maintaining the overall system to ensure that it will be able to survive and thrive.
Okay, and would that require like a wildlife crossing?
Potentially. I don't know if we've identified one in this particular area. I'd have to check.
Councillor Wright, I do have an answer about the school.
Okay.
So the Catholic school is part of the accelerator program. There is a public K-9 that is not currently funded through the accelerator program, but we're anticipating that would be this year.
And is that land shovel ready for them to construct?
I'll double check, but yeah.
Councillor, the Catholic School Board, or the Catholic School K-9 on 192 Street is in schematic design with the province right now, so the land is shovel ready.
Okay, thank you. I'll just be assured of that then. And then when would we, okay, no, I'm not gonna ask that. Okay, so, and Councillor Tang had asked about updating, updating in policy. What policies would need to be updated?
Well, the terms of reference currently refers to completing IMPs for new neighborhoods. If that is to change, we would need direction to do that. But a terms of reference is basically a table of contents or how you carry out a certain exercise. So that's for creating new stat plans. If there is direction in terms of creating IIMPs, that's a different conversation.
In terms of updating IMPs, I think there's a larger discussion as to what council wants to achieve out of them that would be removed from a discrete application like this. As mentioned, these IMPs at the ASP level were created 15 years ago to support the approval and the discussion around those documents.
And that was before the city plan?
That was before city plan, and then when new NSPs come, just like when we saw Kendall come last year, a new NSP level IMP is provided to support the adoption and the planning of that. In terms of updating them, again, that's a different kind of conversation in terms of what we want to achieve out of that update. If council wishes to have a current update around the existing developing areas, there may be a scope of work there, but right now I can't tell you what that looks like or what it will provide with you. But I would suggest that it's outside of the current application in front of you.
Okay, my time is up. Okay, I was going to ask the mover one more.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. Just for administration, I know the mover as, I just got to bring up in regards to a distance that, in this case, 600 meters of transit, what is current policy right now in regards to when neighborhoods are developed? How close should they be to, or is there any regulation around that right now?
So our service standard is 600 meters walk distance.
600 meters, okay. And just for my knowledge, after the ASP and then the NSP, is the IMP required at that time to bring before council? I'm just trying to find out is it necessary? And I'll let you answer that one first.
So a new IAMP is provided when a new plan is adopted or a new plan comes to council for consideration, whether it's an ASP or an NSP. What is missing here today is a NSP level infrastructure plan review for the amended area. There is already a NSP level IAMP. I know that's a lot of acronyms. There's already a study that was provided for the Rivers Edge NSP approval. What is being brought forward today is amendment to that Rivers Edge plan. And through our review, we made a judgment call based on the information that we have, which was the ASP, so the broader level study, in conjunction with what we see in terms of the amendment, which is a mix of existing country residential and new. So the amendment areas and what's being brought on for new development further shrinks, is that with the ASP level, we were comfortable with the projections in terms of where the neighborhood was going, that there wouldn't be significant changes that would change that IMP level study at the NSP level.
Okay, thank you. And I guess to the mover, I believe I understand where you're coming with this one. I'm just trying to find out from my perspective. So if there's an IAMP, is there going to be, for future that's coming before us, are you looking like if something is longer than 5 years, we need another IAMP, or 10 years based on the timelines?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the trigger for me here is, again, that it's a significant amendment to the plan. Because the next decision points, if the plans aren't substantially updated, all we would be seeing here would be rezonings and maybe minor adjustments. And I don't think a refresh of the IMP would be required at each of those stages. It's just that by providing approval at the NSP stage, again, I think it is worse to be saying no at the rezoning stage. So just want to get that clarity at that stage, which is why I think it's important that we have all the information that we need.
Okay, and thank you. Just to administration for, I have a minute 50. Has this type of request occurred previously, or is this new for this council or previous councils? And what are the, I'll say, repercussions of this moving forward on a one-off, or is this something, I'll let you go right there right now.
So as we bring new plans forward, we bring those new IAMPs forward as well. Through significant amendments in the past, whether there's additions in terms of 1, 2, 3 quarter sections, there is an evaluation of whether or not we should undertake an IMP for it. There's significant resources that go into it. There's a significant amount of detail that needs to go for it. So what is the value of the information that we're getting from these new IAMPs or an update to an IAMP? When concluding that review for this amendment, it was decided we didn't need new information because any new information would actually show would show the projections to be more favorable in terms of a better cost revenue projection. So the gap between the revenues and the cost would shrink because of the additional density that's required in these new areas, and it would also be minimal because of the size of the area. So the size, in our view, is not significant enough to warrant a new IAMP. The discussion around do we need updated IAMPs for all of the new developing areas that currently have statutory plan approvals is a very different conversation than what information do you need for today's decision. I think that that's a valid conversation, and I think that's a conversation if council wants to have, we can have that. But we would have to be clear in terms of what we're trying to achieve with all of this new information because the stat plan has already been approved, which then guides the development of those areas. And I think you've, through some past reporting, sorry.
Councillor Stevenson, you have an asked question, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation this morning. I just want to circle back to the report that we had in June of 2024 that spoke about the IIMP modernization project. So that to me was the place for this policy conversation, where I felt a lot of this would be fleshed out. The report had said there'd be a report back in Q3 of last year. Just wondering if administration could provide an update on where that's at.
Councillor Stevenson, I have a memo that's coming in short order to council related to all of our growth planning projects, that IIMP modernization being one of them. So that will go out in the next week here, I believe. We're looking at how a lot of those future growth planning projects are coming together as a package to council, related to things like the future growth area, our servicing plan, terms of reference, and our the other motions we had as it related to that work.
Yeah, so then I guess it just seems to me that we are having that policy conversation. We've initiated that policy conversation. So I'm unclear what additional direction we'd need to provide at this time.
Direction on updating the IMPs?
Yeah, like I've sort of heard suggestion that, you know, if this is a policy approach that we want to be taking moving forward, that we need to be having that policy conversation. In my mind, we've already initiated that policy conversation.
Agreed, and what Kim outlined there in terms of what council will receive in a memo is that timeline when these documents and reports will be coming to committee and council for discussion. So I think that's where that discussion around what do we want to do moving forward, and if there's a discussion around do we want updates or an infrastructure gap report in terms of the existing areas, I think that conversation can happen there.
Great. So yeah, I think that's just the clarification I wanted to have, that everything that we're talking about today in terms of those conversations that need to happen, they're already in motion, and we're just waiting for that work to come back. And I'll speak to it, I suppose, a bit later. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I guess my questions are more to Ms. Ingpen than administration. You know, I'm thinking about some of the reports that we've had, like the growth management framework, where, you know, it talks about decisions must consider the city's responsibility to maintain and the desire to improve services, must maintain and improve services, facilities, and infrastructure as they think about growth. And then through some of the conversations we've had, you know, at public hearings, at council, throughout, what I'm really lost at is at what point, because I thought even from yesterday to date, like public hearings are the point at which we would make, because that is the decision point. But I'm hearing from administration, no, it should be sooner. Like, do you have any legal advice on, like, at what point in all of these processes is it the most prudent point at which to course correct if council as a collective feels that a course correction is required?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, Councillor. I think, I don't know that I have a fine point to put on that for you folks. I think it's sort of at council's discretion. I think from a legal perspective, this assembly, council really has the power to course correct at any point in the process, be it earlier or later, all the way up until public hearing. You come with an open mind. Exactly. And you can change your mind at public hearing based on representations, and you can refer something back, you can refuse it, or you can approve it. So
this is what I'm concerned about, because some of the commentary from administration has been about that if we say no to these things, the catastrophic impact it has, which, you know, creates that disillusion, I think, that we've been seeing with the public on whether we actually are rubber stamping or actually making a true decision based on the facts in front of us.
Right, and I can appreciate sort of the idea being that if you were going to course correct or create sort of that kerfuffle, that you would want to do it sooner rather than later. I think is more of a political decision for
But it's
you
a new
folks.
council too, right? Like at the end of the day, we're talking about things that were decided 15 years ago. That's a council of 15 years ago looked very different than the council that is here today.
Well, and policy and things have changed since that
city
time.
plan,
Right.
all of those things.
Right, so I think it's really at your pleasure as an assembly to decide when that point is that you're looking to do a course correction. But like I said, anywhere up until the public hearing, that's within your purview to say, hey, you know, we're looking for something different in this area or that area.
So is it fair to say that maybe the best approach forward is to make those decisions on the ones that are unfortunately at the stage of at public hearing, so that because that is the final decision point, whilst also giving administration whatever direction they need to mitigate earlier on and course correct.
Yeah, I think from a practical standpoint, I think that makes sense. Legally, you're right. On the ones that come to public hearing, that's your last real opportunity, I think,
Okay.
to make substantial,
Councillor
to turn
Rutherford,
something back, yeah.
we're attempting here from an administration perspective to provide our best advice in terms of navigating the land use planning system, whether it be, the city plan as our North Star, so to speak, area structure plans, neighborhood structure plans, and the subsequent applications that come, like the one before you here today. And so what you're hearing from administration is just trying to help council navigate where and when to provide, or how to provide direction in terms of what I'm hearing is some changes or some nuances to how we want to navigate our planning system. And so before you today is an application from an applicant around a plan amendment, and I can appreciate that council is having a broader, interested in having a broader policy discussion.
Yep. Okay, and then I think I just want to be clear, just following on Councillor Stevenson's line of questioning. The memo is just going to give us a timeline, and that specific report that she mentions from the 2024 report is, while delayed, is coming forward.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to move another round? I think.
Yes, I'm happy to move another round.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for another round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. I saw Councillor Wright with additional questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so that report from 2024 says that we should have had some more information from Q1 2025 and Q3 2025. So, but we're not going to get a memo until a couple of weeks from now. And then the actual reports we aren't getting till when?
So Councillor Wright, some of the items in that in terms of next steps was related to updating our terms of reference. That work has been done. It's an administrative tool in terms of process and requirements for navigating the preparation of a neighborhood plan. That didn't have to come to council. It's not that the work didn't happen. It happened. But there are two phases in terms of what was identified in that project. One of them was related, the second phase is around incorporating the requirements for IMPs.
Which is what we're sort of focused on here right now.
That's right,
today.
and that work is happening, and we'll be packaging a number of bodies of planning work, growth planning work for council.
Okay. So knowing that this body of work was going on, should we maybe not have held off on putting these other putting all these to public hearing and Kettle Lakes yesterday until we got clarification, because council was concerned, and going back to 2024?
So, Councillor, policy making and policy amendment is ongoing. So applications continue on, development continues to go forward. So what happens is applications are made, we review them in terms of the current policy context, and we bring forth our best recommendation within our purview, which has been set out through various documents and approvals of council in terms of how we evaluate land use applications. There's always ongoing conversations of how to tweak that. So there's never an opportune time to stop everything, hope everything gets finished, and then bring everything forward.
Was there perhaps an opportunity to sort of test case one of them to see what an updated IIMP would look like compared to one done 20 years ago or 15 years ago?
I think generally the idea behind an IMP is looking at what is the cost, developer contributed costs, and what is the city contributed costs, and what's our revenue.
And in today's economic environment and everything, I think that's important that we have that information, not information based on 2013, 2014 data. So, I mean, to be able to sort of see what the difference is between what was assumed, what assumptions were made for that IAMP 13, 14, whatever, how many years ago, compared to what the reality is today.
Right, and administration through the review has noted that the land use that's being incorporated through this plan amendment is not significant changes from what was contemplated when the ASP was approved. So there wasn't seen to be an update related to the neighborhood plan before you today.
There's even, in the Kettle Lakes IAMP from yesterday, it doesn't even align with city plan, which was approved after the IAMP was done. I mean, when it talks about there's not going to be any libraries or, you know, what happened to that sort of, I guess, overarching city plan, you know, where we're supposed to be looking at 15-minute communities and.
What the decision was yesterday was not for the approval of the Kettle Lakes plan. It was the authorization to go do the plan, which needs to be in alignment and in conformance with all other city policies, including 15-minute communities, providing complete communities, which includes the various amenities that come along with it. When that plan comes to council, a new IAMP will be completed for that, for council's consideration, in terms of providing all the information that is necessary around the costs and the revenues through the life cycle development of that plan.
Okay, so a new one for that, but not for this one that we're talking about today.
So correct, because there's already existing information out there that we use to evaluate it under the current policy framework.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much appreciate this conversation around making sure that we are fiscally responsible in developing new neighborhoods. I believe that, you know, and I understand where we want. I feel like the IAMP is being tossed, like is being debated, but really what we want to see is revenue and expenses from each of our neighborhoods. And that goes from those that are outside the Henday, such as the one that is under development here, as well as those that are, you know, inside the core as well. You can see that there's an incredible trying to understand how we make sure that we are reasonable with our tax increases and how we are developing responsibly. I think with the ASP that was approved, and yes, it's councillors' decisions a long time ago, but this is a 40-year plan. And so this neighborhood already came to that it was going to be more dense. And so I very much appreciate what's on the this amendment now, but I feel like we've already delayed this this area by 4 years. With the tree stand, there's been lots of conversations. I feel like the transit is a conversation outside of this in terms of what are the funds that we need to do in terms of budgeting for capital and operating expenses. And so this, from the ward councillor's perspective, this is a rapidly growing area. We want to be able to have multiple people coming into this neighborhood. I don't think we need to delay it anymore. There is infrastructure. It is currently worked on. There is a school coming in. And we want to make sure that the community continues to grow so that we're not seeing, people moving into the other areas around the donuts, such as, the Beaumonts and the Fort Saskatchewans. We really want to be competitive in Edmonton, and that means that it's easier to do business in Edmonton and with Edmonton. Like I said before, this has already been a 4-year extension. Moving this to be referred back will be even more so when what we really want to do is talk about higher level policy decisions. And like I said, and looking at revenue expenses of all of the areas, such as, Blatchford and, exhibition lands and all of the communities that we have. And I think that's a bigger conversation, a bigger policy piece. And so I don't believe that this is the right way to address the issues that are identified, which I completely agree with. But for this one, I would ask my council colleagues to oppose this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciated this conversation and just wanted to speak in support of the motion that is on the floor. While I recognize that, of course, there's an IIMP at the ASP level that's there, the gap that I'm seeing is for the amended area that wouldn't have an NSP level IIMP. Given how significantly conditions have changed over the last decade, I think it's necessary and prudent to undertake this work. I agree that there does need to be a higher level policy conversation, and it's worthwhile to have that as it relates to updating IMPs for developing areas. I'm looking forward to the memo that's coming our way on that front and the work that's already happening. Looking at the application in front of us, I think this motion will help us get updated information to make an informed decision. When I think about city plan, it is our highest level planning document. It's our guiding light, our North Star for land use related decisions. And in order to achieve the outcomes of city plan related to fiscally responsible growth, we need to have access to information related to the relationship and intertwined nature between planning decisions, land use decisions, and the financial consequences of those decisions and implications of those decisions. So I would look forward to this work coming back so that we can have that before making a final decision. Thank you to the mover for putting this forward, and I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't disagree with the spirit of what the mover is trying to accomplish here, given the times that go by from my perspective. Seeing something that's been in the works for years and the information can become stale in an IIMP. Where I struggle with is this is like a one-off on this. What I would like to see is, one, see what the updated terms of reference is going to be, bring back from administration, and with that, council to speak to this matter as a whole to address these issues moving forward. That's where I look at this matter right here. Part of me really wants to support this motion given the nature of it, but I disagree with the fact that we're just this one specific area. I'd like to address it, as I said previously, moving forward on the whole. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz?
Thank you. I think one thing, I've heard this a couple times, and you know, if we don't allow a house to get built in Edmonton, it's going to get built in Spruce Grove, and then the taxes are going to go to Spruce Grove and not to Edmonton. But I think it's important to recognize that that house is not, it's a liability. It will never ever pay for itself. And yes, the people may live in Spruce Grove and drive into Edmonton and drive on Edmonton roads and drive in Edmonton shops and ship their homeless, the unhoused people from Spruce Grove into Edmonton and etc. The losses, these are liabilities. The losses of new neighborhoods never pay for themselves. So it's like if we own a restaurant and Spruce Grove has a restaurant, we're both competing for people who will dine and dash in our restaurant. There are losses either way. It's a question of, do we want to lose more, or do the regional municipalities want to lose more? And I used to believe that, like when I was a young activist, I believed that we had to, if we tried to curb sprawl in Edmonton, that it would go to the region, and that's worse. But once I started actually looking at the numbers, and once you see it as you're gonna lose so much more, it really becomes a question of, we are the regulator. We have to set the terms that if you want to live in Edmonton with all the amenities we provide, the transit we provide, the services we want to provide, we do provide, and everything else, there's a standard that you must achieve. And that standard, what I see in this motion here is looking at that, like something like 600 meters for transit. Of course, I'm shocked it got this far. And what I also want to come back to is this big thread. I heard a lot in the election about transparency and accountability. I'm sure all of us have seen those Facebook posts and social media posts accusing council of covers up and hiding information and not telling the truth and lying to Edmontonians and all this. It's not true, but I think we do need to do a better job of showing the information, and that's what IIMPs are, and that's what just asking for yesterday, like what was proposed with Kettle Lakes, or what's proposed here now, just says, yep, we're going to bring forward the information. And I was really moved by what the mayor said, we may still approve it, even at a financial loss. But we have to tell Edmontonians the truth. We have to give them the information. When they see a journal headline today that says taxes are going up 40% in 12 years or whatever it is, they need to know why. And it's because we're adding new neighborhoods all the time. And when people say to us, why isn't our snow removal as good as Montreal? We say, yeah, because we have 3 times as many roads. They need to know why, because every new neighborhood that we're adding, it's a liability. Every new liability we're adding, we're a business. And if we're adding another service that's going to lose us $1 trillion, we need to tell people why and what we're doing, and show the math for it, and say, yeah, you know what, we're willing to lose money on these new liabilities that we're adding, because we think that it's, as a group, we think this is the reason why. We just need to tell people that. It's just about transparency. It's about factual communication, accountability, laying the math out for what the true costs are of city building and the path that we've done it, which is very, very generous on roads, on all of these other very, very high cost, capital intensive replacement items. We shouldn't be hiding this information from Edmontonians. This should be table stakes. These neighborhoods are going to be with us for 1 or 2 or 300 years maybe. We should be laying out the true costs of the liabilities that we are incurring to the taxpayer. This is just, I'm shocked we're even having to have this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I don't know who we are in those statements. I don't feel that I'm connected with any of the assertions that were made about we in that conversation. But first of all, we have an old projection for cost recovery. And when updated, I went in and I did the math. I just used our industry standard actual math based on inflation, taxation rates, the cost of infrastructure, CPI. I just did all that. And I am very satisfied that at the current levels of density, this area will present cost recovery much faster than it was. In the original one, I don't think we got cost recovery. In this one, we do. The other thing is that as far as a community paying for itself, that has to do with the appropriate taxation for the services that we look to provide. If we are not keeping up with inflation and property growth, and when we are absorbing multiple cuts and costs, we keep tax levels lower than the real cost of things. That is the actual culprit for a lot of these things. And furthermore, in order to offset that going forward, we do have higher density requirements, which actually helps us to keep those taxes low, but they are staged and phased appropriately. If we do these one-offs over and over, and we keep referring, or at least attempting to, look, just even the attempt undermines confidence in Edmonton as a safe place to invest. I also know from colleagues from other surrounding municipalities who have told me outright that they actively court businesses and development to their areas, and they love when we are referring back and when we are delaying, because that means it's so much easier to build there, and our population goes to shop there, but we do not get the tax uplift. This is a serious problem and a growing problem. We need a short-term plan, which we have. We need a medium-term plan, which we have, and a long-term plan, which we have. We can refine those for sure, but they have to be in their appropriate places. We have the city plan. New neighborhoods that will be developed will adhere to the city plan. We have neighborhood structure plans. We have lots of different points of consideration where we can make adjustments. But referring back, for example, if people are concerned about money, that means that this development does not go forward for another, I don't know how long. And in the meantime, capital is not static, it might move somewhere else. That is true. But also, we do not begin to enjoy, as a municipality for the residents, that tax uplift. That gets delayed. It sounds like council is interested in having policy discussions. And if we want to have policy discussions, that's what we should have. And I agree with that completely. To use the process that we have right now on individual applications may seem like that portal. But I don't think it's a satisfying portal. I don't think that it actually encapsulates everything that we need to talk about. And so I would rather have a full conversation rather than sort of chopping it up into bits and pieces that seem disconnected. So I have no problem with the intentions behind the motions that we've seen recently, but I think that I do have issue with doing it at this level, undermining certainty and undermining Edmonton's reputation, especially at a time when we need more homes. All of the concerns that we've heard today are valid, but they need to be staged and phased in the appropriate manner. And that's what I would recommend. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. Oh, this one's interesting for me. And I'll say why, because I actually agree with probably almost everything Councillor Jans said.
Careful.
And yet, I know, that's a dangerous thing to do. And yet, I was planning on and still likely going to vote no to this motion. The only reason I actually hesitate is actually just from the last piece, which is that the fact is, and with the greatest of respect to my previous colleague who just spoke, let's be very clear, this is not a cost recovery community. The IIMP, the data that we had from 10 years ago, I was fortunate to be on the council to get that data, showed that between Riverview, Horse Hills, and Tokoto, that there would be a net $1.4 billion loss to the city of Edmonton when you compared the infrastructure costs. And to be very clear, just because I know you've probably all read that data, that's just the capital cost. That does not include the operating costs, the snow clearing, the grass cutting, the filling of potholes, everything. So there's a net financial implication. Yet, as I've been on council, I have supported the NSPs because these were approved at a time, and so I think it's been important to sort of follow through to a little bit of what I heard from Councillor Jans earlier, and I said it yesterday, is that going in eyes wide open to the decisions, I approved those NSPs because I think it was still the right thing to do, but absolutely at a cost, a financial cost. And so this, the only reason I almost want to support this is that if there's a suggestion or assumption that this is somehow going to help us break even suddenly, that's not accurate. We might lose less money, and that's great actually, and I think that's probably a reason for us to approve this. And I do take administration's advice on this, that the land addition to this NSP is marginal enough that it isn't going to measurably move the needle on the IIMP. Thereby, I'm comfortable keeping this moving. But I think why there's been some of these heated discussions today and yesterday is because of the report we had at the beginning of yesterday's council meeting and the headline that was in the paper, which is that, and the blog post I posted last night on snow removal with almost every commenter saying, yeah, give us better snow removal, but you can't spend more to do it. This is not possible. We have made a lot of decisions, councils have made a lot of decisions over the last 3-4 decades that have put us in the position that we're facing today, which is the financial reality that in order to maintain all of these streets, in order to cut all of the grass, in order to build the fire halls that we're already behind on building. At least 4 of them we're already behind on. We need 7 over the next 10 years, but we're already short 4 in order to achieve the recreation. You know, we're just building the Lewis Farms Recreation Center 30 years after the first neighborhood structure plan was approved. There is a financial reality that is barreling down at us that we have to be very honest with. And so that would have been the reason I would have supported this, which is to get that. I don't think this is going to measurably change the conversation, this specific one before us. So I appreciate the movers' intent here. I'm going to say no to this, but I don't think we should be waiting. The policy conversation is important, but we need to be far more diligent, and this goes to the previous point, is that in getting clarity to Edmontonians about everything we're doing in these new spaces, because there are massive costs that we do not have a plan to pay for. I suggested just yesterday there are a number of roads that both current and new members of council campaigned on that they want to see widened. They will not be widened in the next 4-year budget unless something drastic changes. I don't like saying that. That doesn't give me joy. It is just a financial reality. Even with the priority conversation we're having, and where I do think we're going to do a massive shift in how we develop our budget, I'm very eager to see this. We are facing down some pretty challenging times. And so all of that to be said is that this specific motion I'm okay with saying no to, especially based off the outcome of the vote yesterday. I don't really see it changing, frankly. But I also think we need to not only update the policy, but I think all of the NSPs, whether they're in the priority growth area, the new areas rather, or in these existing 3 ASP areas, we do need to be more upfront about how much things cost, so that we can better inform our decisions going forward. But this won't measurably change that in any meaningful way. But I just needed to jump in because it is not at all cost recovery, and that is not what will be happening by approving this. Thank you. And I'll take back the chair.
Return.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I agree with the majority of what my colleagues have said, and the rationale as to why we should be approving this. We do need that broader conversation, and I'm hoping that perhaps this will be what accelerates that broader conversation, rather than just keep saying we're going to put it off, we're going to get another report. Hopefully this will be the trigger to get something moving on this, so that we can be assured of the decisions that we're making going forward, and be able to provide more information to Edmontonians on the decisions that we're making. And, I don't want to say collective we, but I want to make sure that I'm making informed decisions. And so I need this up-to-date information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate the robust discussion today. And again, I think I agree with most of what's been said, but come to different conclusions than some of my colleagues. So we've heard that the land uses in this amendment do conform with the original ASP. But if the original ASP had been implemented as planned, the amendment area would have come forward to us as part of a new NSP. That was the intent and the original parameters of the ASP when it was approved. And that new NSP would have included an IAMP. Now, there are good reasons that have been provided in terms of why it came forward as an amendment, but that does leave us with a knowledge gap that I think is critical for us to have. I've heard suggestions that we'll see an improvement in the performance. I think there are a lot of reasons to suspect that could be the case. Again, the higher densities, that will absolutely contribute. At the same time, we've also seen higher costs. We know that some of the assumptions from the original IAMP no longer stand, given the inflation over the past number of years. But the fact is that we don't know right now. We don't know. And I think that Edmontonians deserve more than napkin math and assumptions. We do need a reason to approve this, and I don't think we have those. We do need to grow, and I hope that a returned IAMP would provide us with the information to feel comfortable supporting that growth in a way that we can ensure that we're not worsening our existing financial condition. It's true that most of our existing neighborhoods wouldn't meet the cost revenue threshold, but I don't think that means that we should just keep repeating those same mistakes. I'm hearing a very strong sense around the table that we do need to do things differently, that we do need to bring financial prudence to the forefront of every decision we're making, including land decisions, land use decisions like this. And we are having that policy conversation. In my mind, given that we have a sense of the direction we need to go and the financial imperative of going in that direction, it's incumbent upon us to make decisions that are consistent with that. The policy is coming behind us, but we know the direction we need to go. I'm also just mindful again of investor confidence and ensuring that we are good to do business with. Again, the timeline, to what I understand, was driven by the applicant's request in terms of withdrawing the plan at various points over the past number of years. And what I think I heard earlier was that it would be a 4-month delay, 4 months to do this work, to have the information that we need, to understand the decades of tax implications that this decision has. So I would encourage my colleagues to consider supporting this. It is a very modest ask and change that is being requested and provides us with the information that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is failed 6-7. I don't think that's, anyway. Thank you. So now back to the main item. So we have the referral motion is not passed, so I can go to the ward councillor if you'd like to move. I should first, sorry, before we do closure of the public hearing, are there any additional questions related to new information that has been raised during the public hearing? Please click on if you have any new questions related to new information. Not seeing any. To the ward councillor, did you want to close public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Do you want to move first reading of items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, Councillor Farmer?
Yes, I would like to move that items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3
First reading.
for first reading.
Absolutely. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Principe. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to it, please click on the board if you wish to speak. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can't support this today. I don't have enough information, and I can't accept the lack of transit connectivity provided.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board wishing to speak. Councillor Parmar, no, almost. Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also will not be supporting this bylaw. I agree with my colleague. I think we have standards for a reason. They're not being met with this this bylaw, and in good faith, as per my conversation with our legal team, that this is where we have every right to make a decision, and at some point you just got to start to say no. And I've said that about budget, and I'm saying that about land use too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board. Councillor Parmar to close. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I've enjoyed this conversation, and definitely there are larger policy discussions that need to happen. I very much appreciate also the speakers that came for and against, and while the land use is not a perfect, this is a perfect way of getting the NSP done. This is what I think works best for the ward. We're going to be seeing, you know, if approved, we're going to be seeing thousands of new residents come into this area, which is already growing and flourishing with commercial coming up and with schools developing. And so with that, I would very much encourage my colleagues to support this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-5. Councillor Parmar?
That 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 be receive second reading.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Principe? Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Oh, no, we don't yet. Just hang on. I think a councillor is going to make a correction to their vote that doesn't require us to reconsider. Are we? Everyone's good now? Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-5. Councillor Parmar?
That items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 be considered for third reading.
Thank
Second.
you. Seconded by Councillor Principe. Please vote for consideration.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you. That bylaw 21356, bylaw 21357, bylaw 21358 receive third reading.
Second.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Principe. Please vote on third reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-5. Thank you very much. Next item of business is item 3.7. This is the Belgravia item, and then we will move on to the Strathcona item. Well, we're ready. You've got the right delegation. Fantastic. Let's go with the presentation.
Surprise. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone the small-scale residential zone to the small medium-scale transition residential zone, or RSM H12, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing. Next slide, please. The site is in the Belgravia neighborhood with 111th Street and 114th Street secondary corridor and is directly adjacent to the 76th Avenue secondary corridor. The McKernan School and Park site is in close proximity to the site, while the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station is within 150 meters walking distance to the site with convenient access along 114th Street. Both 114th Street and 76th Avenue are well served by active transportation infrastructure, including LRT, transit, bike paths, and sidewalks. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to 304 people using mailed notices, site signage, and information on the city's website. 6 responses were received in opposition regarding concerns such as excessive scale and density for mid-block, parking, congestion, limited emergency vehicle access, decreased privacy and increased noise, destruction of mature trees along the alley, betrayal of the mature neighborhoods, and having no room for waste disposal bins. Next slide, please. While the proposed RSM and H12 zone allows for similar residential uses to the RS zone, when compared to the RS zone, it increases the maximum height from 10.5 meters to 12 meters. It increases the maximum site coverage from 45 to 60%. It reduces the setbacks and allows opportunities for more residential units. As a result, the new zone would allow for the opportunity for more residential units, a taller building with a slightly larger footprint. The RSM H12 zone is compatible with the small-scale residential development found in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Scona District Plan and falls under the Urban Mix Land Use designation. It's within the 111 and 114th Street and adjacent to the 76th Avenue secondary corridors. The urban mixed land use designation encompasses all types of housing, shops, services, and offices, including standalone residential, commercial, and mixed-use development. The proposed RSM H12 zone is consistent with the urban land use mix and will allow for residential housing. Secondary corridors are located along prominent residential and commercial streets and function as a local destination to surrounding neighborhoods. They connect to nodes, accommodate diverse travel modes, and may evolve to more commercial or residential land uses over time. The proposed RSM H12 zone is supported by District Policy 2.4.7.1 by allowing for low-rise development throughout secondary corridors. Next slide, please. Administration recommends City Council approve this bylaw because it proposes a zone that is compatible with the surrounding area, allowing for minor housing intensification, and it aligns with direction in the district plan and district policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, we will go to our speakers. We have in favor, Burton, you, and please come down, and William Yin. William is to answer questions only. Burton is to make a presentation, I believe, and then we'll go to our speakers in opposition after. All right. Do you have a I see the presentation's on the screen. You'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Braden Xu of Area 4, and I'm here today to speak in support of bylaw 21372, the rezoning application for 11414 75th Avenue from RS to RSM H12. Next slide, please. I'd like to explain why we are requesting this rezoning, what we are proposing, and how we plan to address the concerns we heard from neighbors. Under the current RS zoning, the site can accommodate a fourplex housing for 8 families. This is already a meaningful contribution to housing supply, especially given the location. The property is within a minute's away, walking distance away from the McKinney LRT station, which is one of the most transit accessible places a family can live. However, rezoning to RSM H12 would allow a small and reasonable increase, a fourplex plus a 2-unit garage suite, which means we can provide homes for 2 additional families. In other words, this is not a large jump in intensity. It's a targeted, gentle increase in housing, adding 2 more family homes in a location that is already ideal for it, because residents can rely less on driving and more on transit and active transportation. A major strength of this proposal is that it pairs additional housing with a clear parking plan. With the garage and parking pad design, the project can provide up to 8 parking spaces, 4 in the garage and 4 on the parking pad. This is important because it directly responds to the key concerns we heard. Next slide, please. The most common concerns from the neighbors were about increased density and the parking impacts. We heard that and we respect it. Here is how we are addressing those concerns. First, this is intended to be a build-for-rent residential project, meaning long-term, stable tenancies, not short-term accommodations. Stable rentals typically mean stable households, predictable patterns, and with professional property management. Second, this site is in a high-access location, close to daily needs and next to LRT station. So, many households will choose to use transit, walking, and biking as part of their everyday life. We understand that construction impacts are often what neighbors feel most directly, and we will manage that carefully and professionally. From a planning perspective, we believe this application fits where the city has directed growth to go. The proposal aligns with the city's policy direction for a secondary corridor, and it fits within the district policy and the Skolna district plan framework. This is exactly the type of location where gentle density makes sense, near transit, near amenities, and on a corner lot, which is generally better able to accommodate access, circulation, and building design. Next slide, please. So in closing, we respectfully ask Council to support this application. This rezoning enables 2 more family homes in a location that is well suited for gentle density, aligns with the city's goals, and can be delivered with care for the surrounding community, while also providing up to 8 parking spaces as part of the project design. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ian was to answer questions only, so we will now move on to questions of our speakers. I'll check in with the ward councillor first. Do you have any questions to our applicants and those in favor? No? Okay. Anyone else with questions to those in favor? Not seeing. Oh, Councillor Clark, please go ahead. Yep.
Just a quick question, just to burn. And you need to go. You can't do this in the RS zone. Why? You need to go up to the next zone. Can you give some detail on that?
Right, yeah, as I mentioned, for the under the current IS zone, we only allowed for the 4 plex, which only can provide for up to 8 units. So at this convenient location, we would like to have maximize this piece of the land and provide more accommodation for additional families, and also parking spaces.
Okay, yeah, so it gives you, because you can get more site coverage, you can get the parking there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. You two are welcome to grab your seats, because now we'll call up our speakers in opposition. I believe there are 3. Rob Cairns is online, I think I've seen. You are there, Rob?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I'll just call everyone else, and then we'll make sure, and then you'll kick us off. John Solstice, I think, is also online, correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic. And Kevin Taft is on his way over to the microphone already. He was ready and jumping over. So, with that said, we will, again, each person has 5 minutes. You've all been here before, so you are well aware. So, Rob Cairns, please go ahead and kick us off here.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to talk. Next slide. Next slide, please. Perfect. I want to start by talking about traffic. Belgrade, as most of you know, Belgrade has significant traffic issues. Traffic backs up on 76th and 114th most weeknights, and it can take over 30 minutes to travel 2 blocks for residents to exit the neighborhood. This impacts things like getting kids to after-school activities. I can elaborate on the issues, but this council has already recognized that this is a problem. April 9th passed a motion asking city admin to study the issue. The study is underway and expected to make recommendations later this year. Some people have said that the city has other tools to deal with traffic other than limiting density, but in this case, I don't know that that's true, and I don't know any easy solutions to this 10-year traffic issue. The zoning bylaw requires the city perform an analysis of the impact on transportation networks as part of the rezoning process. So I'm asking council to be consistent with the bylaw and the issue that you already recognized, and defer rezoning until the traffic issue has been dealt with. Next slide, please. I do want to highlight that this rezoning is actually not in line with the Skolna district plan, and I'm disappointed that this fact was absent from admin's report. When this lot is redeveloped, the district plan calls for the lot to be combined with the 2 lots across the street, pushed east against the multi-use path, and redeveloped as medium density facing the path. It also calls for realigning the alley and the turnaround. I can elaborate, but in short, it's only possible to follow the plan if all 3 lots are developed together. For context, this is exactly what's underway 3 blocks north of the Metro 78 redevelopment. And yes, if you solve the traffic problem, I'm not against higher density here. Next slide, please. which leads me to my next point, and that's the issues with the RSM zone. So the RSM zone is framed as a family-friendly, missing middle housing. But as it's being implemented, it has none of the amenities of missing middle housing. And in Belgravia and McKernan, it's being used for micro suites or just to bend the rules of the RS zone. To demonstrate my point, just look at past public hearings. Next slide, please. May 7th, council debated for 2.5 hours, approved a rezoning by Everfor, in which they showed plans for a 40-unit micro suite development, replacing a single house. Next slide. June 30th, council approved a rezoning by Everfor to increase the unit count for 7 to 8 on a building that was already partially complete. Next slide, please. August 18th, council debated, September 15th, council debated for over an hour, rejected a request by Everfor Studios to increase the unit count from 7 to 8 on a building that was already mostly complete. Next slide. August 18th, council debated for 2.5 hours, approved a request by Everfor to increase the unit count from 7 to 8 on a building that was also mostly complete. In this debate, the building was flagged as a potential lodging house. Next slide, please. Recently, this building has started advertising units for rent, $10.50 per bedroom, every 4 bedrooms sharing a kitchen, no living room. So this zone is being used to enable 24+ person lodging houses. They're less affordable than living room roommates, and they're not attractive to anyone but short-term single renters. This is not increasing the supply of affordable housing. Next slide, please. So I told you why I care, but why should council care? You're not going to achieve your housing density goals rezoning one lot at a time from RS to RSM zone. These rezonings are limiting your time to deal with real, important, meaningful rezoning requests. The December public hearing, you only had time to deal with 3 out of 25 items, 2 of which were RS to RSM rezoning, and a third had no meaningful debate. Please send the developers a message. Bring forward projects that actually matter, or work within the existing zoning rules. The RS zone already has very permissive zoning rules. These single lot RS to RSM rezonings are not a good use of city admin's time, your staff's time, or your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, John Solstice, please go ahead.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I live near the proposed application. First, there's an error in the application. It lists this as in Belgravia, but it's actually in McKernan, which stretches south to the north side of 74th Ave. Okay, first, this application is submitted by Everfor Studio, a developer very active in the area and in the city, as you know, but with a reputation for saying one thing and doing another. And all of their developments are micro suites inside of lodging houses. This has been going on for so long, it's common knowledge. Just in September, they applied to upzone to add a garage, and then on the day of the hearing at which I spoke, they changed their story to want to add suites. Council wisely denied the application. I believe we have enough micro suites in this area. Thus, there is no need to rezone this to RSM. Let's keep it as RS. One of Everfor's nearby properties on 75th Ave and 111th Street even offers rentals by the hour. I'm not kidding. And in the applicant's presentation this morning, I don't know how 8 families, quote unquote, could fit on a lot of 616 square meters. These are not suitable for families. Second, in this case, they are applying on behalf of a numbered company. Who is that? This council and area residents deserve the right to know the nature and details of a company requesting any change in zoning, let alone permission to build. Third, existing zoning all around this lot is RS, not RSM. RS zoning as is already allows for the opportunity of 8 units. So there is no need for RSM here. And the lot is at the end of a cul-de-sac. There is no room for the inevitable increase in parking, of which the applicant seems to be anticipating with the plan to add 8 parking stalls. The applicant in the presentation say they will allow for 8 families and 8 cars. That is simply not possible on this small lot. Also, how does allowing for 8 vehicles when LRT is 100 meters away, how does that support transit ridership? 4, the application package notes that this lot is located along a habitat greenway designed for the movement of animals. I do not see how a larger building mass in the form of a larger than 8-plex will encourage animal traffic movement. 5th, an increase in short-term housing options in this area can only be at the loss of single-family housing. But after living in short-term housing, family units naturally want to move out to their own home at some point. But under the current trajectory, the supply of single-family homes is decreasing. 6th, this lot currently has 13 mature trees. If this lot goes to RSM, the first thing Everfor will immediately do is to cut down all the trees. That's the standard pattern in the area, and then that's for many developers, I sadly have to say. At this hearing on Monday, we had a good discussion, of which I was part of, about the need for adequate green space and by extension, nature. So using Google Earth maps over time, you can see that McKernan and Belgravia have lost significant tree canopy over the last 10 years and accelerating in the last 4 years. I'm glad that tree protections are on the agenda at the upcoming February 10 hearing, and I encourage this concern to be considered today as well. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And finally, Kevin Taft, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. And I have a presentation, a brief one. I live a block over from this site, and I oppose this rezoning application, not because I oppose infill, but because I, like so many others, want it to be done better. I hope to open your minds to different ways of approaching infill that will deliver better infill for Edmontonians. What do I mean by better? Less expensive projects that serve diverse needs, increased density, and are environmentally sustainable and architecturally and socially interesting. Edmonton's current approach to infill mostly delivers generic product, which this developer confirms, and that represents the lowest common denominator in design and construction, what a professor I spoke to a couple of weeks ago who studies urban issues calls the new tenements. The site for this proposed rezoning is an example of how infill could be better. You can see on the slide there, it's a typical 50-foot wide lot. The building's in good condition, and if you look closely, you'll notice a previous owner invested in a proper separate entrance for the lower suite. My estimate is there are 7 or 8 good-sized bedrooms. Next slide, please. Notice also how heavily treed this site is. When the next slide comes up. Okay, I'll just carry on. There are about 13 healthy mature trees, each about 75 years old, meaning there are over 900 growth years of tree on this site. Note that it's also on a city-designated habitat greenway. Next slide, please. I used to share the view that the only approach for redevelopment of sites like this was to demolish and clear cut. But walking around a few sites with architects and developers caused me to completely reframe my thinking. Look at the amount of space available on this lot. There's enough to build several infill units without demolishing the existing house or clear-cutting the trees. How many new units? Well, it depends on the configuration. But for $1 million, a developer could modernize the existing home and build 4 multi-bedroom units and still preserve most of the trees, bringing the total number of sleeping units to 18 to 20 or more. And we're not talking micro spaces such as in lodging houses, we're talking reasonable apartments. What are the advantages? Well, first, environmental sustainability. You keep a serviceable building from being demolished and sent to landfill. Our society used to have disposable tin cans. The current bylaw means we now have disposable houses. An important step toward environmental sustainability is to stop demolishing existing buildings. You make use of the energy and resources that went into the original structure, you avoid adding tons of waste to landfill, and you avoid the extra energy, emissions, and resources involved in the materials needed for a new building. Second, affordability. The house that's there today was built in 1950, and its mortgage was likely fully paid out by about 1970. Therefore, the cost of financing hasn't needed to be calculated into the rent for the past 5 decades, an enormous affordability advantage. It makes no sense to lose this. Demolishing this house and constructing entirely new on this site will cost $2 million or more in construction costs, all of which have to be financed and recovered by the developer, putting significant upward pressure on rents. By preserving the existing building and adding gentle density, the cost of infill is cut in half, and upward pressure on rent is reduced correspondingly. Finally, this creates infill that is architecturally and socially interesting and preserves and enhances a local Edmonton flavor. We stop turning Edmonton's mature neighborhoods into the generic versions of suburbs and neighborhoods seen across North America, and we keep and refine one of the things that makes Edmonton special. That's what better infill could look like. I will finish by saying that I reinforce the concerns about this specific developer raised by previous speakers. This is not a developer who I believe needs to be encouraged. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll do questions of our speakers. I'll check in with our ward councillor first. Do you have any questions for our speakers?
Yeah, if I can go to guest Cairns.
Please go ahead.
Are you with us still?
Yeah, I am.
So I just wanted to get a sense from you. I'm not sure if I followed exactly. This is an end of block site, correct?
Correct, but there is it's a leftover green space after this between it's the last lot, then there's a green space, and then there's the alley, and then the multi-use path. And it's left over from the LRT development.
Right, but that is not the, like, if I'm looking at Google Maps, I'm not sure if it's as accurate, and but if I recall, there's the home, and then there's the kind of beige LRT fence, and that's on the property line. The green space after that is the property of the city.
Correct.
The asphalt path is an alleyway, property of the city.
Yeah.
And then there's the road, the trees and the multi-use pathway there. So if I look at the package here, the lot is an end of block lot. It's a corner. Am I mistaken?
No, you're not mistaken.
Okay. And what do you think would be the appropriate development on this site?
Well, in this sense, I might break from the opinions of most of the people in my community. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's the Metro 78 development 3 blocks north. And what they did was take this lot, or a mirror version of that lot, the 2 blocks across the street, and they're redeveloping I don't know, I think it's a DC zone, but it's like a 6-story apartment complex. It faces the multi-use path, and then they realign the alley. And if you look in the Scona district plan, that's exactly what's called for here. I didn't write the Scona district plan. I'm just telling you, it's not consistent with the plans, with the city's plans.
Got it. So you're suggesting that this is actually an underzoning. It should be something more significant and considered there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I am a big proponent of well thought out medium density or even higher density developments, especially at the edge of a neighborhood like this, right? And again, this might get me tarred and feathered with a lot of the other members of my community league, but people have the right to redevelop, and I think more density close to the center of the city is good. But my objection is this RSM zone. You end up with this 40-unit micro suites or a lodging house, and that has a whole bunch of you don't have the same amenities as like a RM16, right? You don't have a professional property manager. You don't have balconies and elevators for people that can't do stairs, right? And that's my objection. This is
Yeah, it's
just for single people, and especially if it veers to the lodging house, which this is very similar to one of the ones to the lodging house I highlighted, and you end up with not 8 families with cars, you end up with 24 single people with cars, or 24 single people creating traffic, ordering skip the dishes, and anyways, there's a reason there's a limit of 8 lodging house units per site in the zoning bylaw.
okay. No, that's
Sorry, did that?
That's very helpful.
Did
I
that?
appreciate the clarity. I'm going to ask administration about that. I'm not sure how the what I'll call the leftover land to the east would be considered or not, or if that's something that's come up. And I'll ask about the other pieces there.
Like I said, I think the Metro 78 development incorporated that leftover little chunk in their redevelopment.
Okay. Appreciate that. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I don't see any other questions for our speakers in opposition, so we will move on to questions of our administration. And Councillor Jans, as Ward Councillor, you can begin with questions of administration. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that's an interesting point from the last speaker. How is highest and best use considered something here at a site like this where you could reach out and touch the LRT station?
The secondary corridors are intended to have a variety of housing options along them. And so the way that we've set up that policy and that was directed through the policy is to enable those different types, not to necessarily restrict it to one. And so there still remains some independent choice by those who are willing to go for it and invest in that property as to what works well for their performa.
How did the, if I may indulge the chair, because I think it's germane based on what the last speaker said, but how did the Metro 78 proposal, like, does an applicant in this case, would they apply to buy alleyway and right of way? Would they apply to buy up to the shared use path or something? And is this a consideration of this assembly now? Like, could you help me out here?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. There's an application process where you can identify road right-of-way, attempt to have it surplused. If the city deems that that is appropriate and that it isn't being used and can be closed, then a land purchase can be done, and then that lot can be consolidated with it. Again, that is a decision that's made on behalf of the landowner and what they're intending to do and what they may require, and goes through all of the review processes.
But how would we even know, like, is land even for sale? Like, I've never ever thought about trying to buy an alley.
Yeah, no, and it's not that it's for sale, it's that they ask us if we would be willing to sell it. And so we do have applicants that come forward from time to time that say, you know, I would like to do this, I would like to use this area. Is this a viable opportunity? It's not being utilized right now. In this case, just looking at it, this does appear to be a space that is in use. And again, we're trying to maintain some of that green space and some of that access. So I don't know whether in this particular instance, whether we would, but it wasn't part of this particular application.
Yeah, can administration, would you be privy to say if I'm not sure if it's confidential or not, but if the applicant had been interested in buying this and if they had been told yes or no? Or is that not appropriate for this assembly?
I am not aware of. Sorry, Jesse, did you
I
want to?
think you're allowed to ask
Can I
that
ask
because
legal?
that's relevant
Am I-
to the overall
I
land.
think the whole idea of consolidating land for
Absolutely.
development is relevant.
Yeah, I would say so. Continue.
I'm not aware of any attempts to contact us to see if the land was available, but that would probably be a question better directed at the applicant. We didn't review anything as part of this.
Right. So the question we're looking at is what can be done with this lot? They want a slightly higher density of H12. Administration's position is it's not highest and best use per se, according to the plan, but go ahead.
Administration supports this. This does work within the secondary corridor. It is supportable.
Not to ask you to speculate, but if they had came back with a higher density, would it be permitted here? Like, what does the plan allow for south of 76?
Right, so it is in a secondary corridor, but it's important to understand that corridors are not necessarily contiguous. So we're not always looking for highest and best, we're looking does it align? And so this application, as it was submitted and reviewed, we determined it was aligned with higher level policy. It doesn't mean to say that if it had come in for something higher, we would have said no. We would have evaluated it on the merits that that was submitted. But secondary corridors are not contiguous. There's a lot of variety of development that happens with them.
Do you have a slide we could pull up that we could look at here?
In terms of?
Just what with the area we're talking about? Because if I recall, it's like 76 is across.
Could the clerks pull up slide 2, please, the context map?
Higher densities contemplated on 76, but then also up towards University Ave, and then also, is it south to 72nd? Is that the contemplation?
I'll have to pull up the broader map for that, I'm sorry. The corridor in this location, again, I think I just want to step back, that there is variety expected within the secondary corridor itself. And so, yes, we do expect to see that variety. We also look to see what is reasonable within the lot that is being proposed for redevelopment. This is one of those instances where it falls within the secondary corridor. There is support. We are able to use the RSM within that area. It transitions nicely with the adjacent properties. Whether they came back and asked for a larger expanded lot to purchase that and move forward with something larger is a different discussion that we would evaluate if it were to come in.
Mr. Chair, I have a bunch of questions for the applicant now.
Yeah, but you're out of time, and you'll be able to ask questions of the applicant and new information. So in the meantime, Councillor Elliott is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to admin, previous speaker from the public indicated it was on a Habitat Greenway. I just wanted to verify, is that accurate? And if so, are there conditions to build in or around a Habitat Greenway?
Their lot is not proposing any changes that will impinge on the existing infrastructure that forms the Habitat Greenway. And again, that would be one of the considerations were they to come in and attempt to close some of that roadway, perhaps take some of that away. But because they're maintaining the development on their existing lot, this is not a consideration that we would need to make any changes to their application.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, very briefly, I just want to follow up on some of the questions and concerns raised just around traffic generation. Would we anticipate a significant growth in traffic from this development?
We don't. The increase is not substantial, so no issues on that front.
Okay, and even sort of thinking cumulatively,
Cumulatively as well, we don't see that issue, and I think other options are there that are very much right at the doorstep in terms of LRT and everything, so that is a strong consideration.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Just heard a question around whether this is appropriately termed missing middle. Like, is this a housing form that we already have quite a bit of, or what?
This is a great addition to diversity, especially again within the parameters of the policy that you have.
Okay. Yeah, do we, okay, so it does sort of qualify for that missing middle, and again, there aren't necessarily, this form of housing doesn't make up the majority of the existing housing stock.
It does
by any
not.
stretch. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I think kind of what I'm hearing from the speakers, and I mean, like, this is a corner block, you can see the LRT station, maybe this all makes sense. Where the hesitation that comes from is really on, are we going to build what they say we're going to build? And I know that's not what we're looking at here, but I guess my question, just to admin, is, are we tracking, like when a developer comes and says, here's what I'm going to build, and then when it actually gets done, are we tracking that anywhere to kind of say, okay, they say you're going to do this or not? Because the zoning allows a lot of flexibility, and it could go to the points that are brought up into a whole bunch of different ranges, which is maybe not what the community or what I'm comfortable with.
So the way our bylaw is set up is it is a permissive bylaw. It allows anything within that zone to be constructed as long as it follows the regulations. In this instance, it would come back with a development permit, in which case it would be evaluated against those regulations, make sure that they have the appropriate number of dwellings, the appropriate number of sleeping lots. In terms of how we're tracking that moving forward, I believe you're asking with regards to lodging houses more specifically or more nuancedly. I'm not sure, but we do have a council motion coming back. I believe it's Q2 of this year to talk about how we can better account for those.
Councillor, just to add on to that, what's in front of council today and what you're approving is that basket of permissions in the zone itself. It's not the applicant's intentions, it's not the applicant's dreams or hopes or the pictures that they're presenting to you. It's the regulations and the permissions within the zone that's being approved. And through our evaluation and review, the recommendation is that it is approved because it meets the district plans in terms of scale and scope and sensitivity to the remaining neighbors.
Yeah, I get that. Trust me, I'm very aware of that situation in front of us. It's just when they always say, hey, I'm going to do this because this makes sense, because I listen to the community, I want to put parking garage, whatever, it allows me to ask the question, okay, I want to make sure you do that. And then when I hear maybe that doesn't happen, it makes me kind of have a second guess. So anyways, no more questions for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chance, can you take the chair?
Yep.
Yeah, I want to just go back to that question. I think, you know, I hear the point about secondary corridors. You know, we have a variety of housing, and I get that. That makes normal sense. There's very few parcels of land that are 200 meters away, not even, I mean, this is less than 200 meters away from the LRT station. And so I do worry about underutilizing too many spaces like that, right? I mean, literally across the alley are two skinny homes and a relatively new duplex. I think that everything would have been built there in the last 10-ish years. We're not going to see redevelopment there for a long time, likely. So we sort of lost out on that pretty substantial development opportunity considering its proximity. This is you know, just a stone's throw away across the alley. Do we consider that? Like I get that, you know, because as you keep going down that secondary corridor and you start getting further away, you might not consider quite as large, you know, here, this is a site where you might, if you consolidate with the alley, you might consider a 4-story to allow for more density, as one of our speakers talked about, Mr. Cairns, and I tend to agree with that perspective. You might not consider that as you go further away and you're now a 5-minute or a 10-minute walk away. Do we think about that when we're making the recommendation that there's only so many parcels of land within a, you know, in this case, I think at most 180 meters. This is a very convoluted Google map. I'm thinking it's 150. It's probably not even 180. So how do we factor that in?
I mean, it's not an essential part of it. It really is a question of how do we enable what we're trying to do. And I think that the policy is quite clear that that diversity needs to exist. And like I remind you, just as before, that, you know, Metro 78 exists as well, and it is under construction. And so I think that the importance of allowing for that breadth does get you some of those bumps and some of these middle scale pieces. And so you end up with a more cohesive social fabric when you have that mix rather than necessarily forcing only one type. It really is the way that we've, I think, enabled so much of our growth to be directed along these areas is by allowing for that mix of, you know, where are we enabling this with the policy and how are we supporting those who are willing to move forward with that. Through council, there's been many that are in similar situations where we've asked to actually go down a little bit because it was a little bit too big. And so I think that there is this desire to kind of control on any particular lot, whereas the policy really is about how do we welcome those types of units, those people that are going to inhabit that in those different ways along the spaces that we feel are appropriate, which I think is what your policy directs.
Yeah. I hear. I'm worried that we miss out, but I hear that too. You're trying to find that balance. Gosh, there's not many parcels that are this close to an LRT station, and a pretty important one. Although I appreciate we have done larger developments further away than this, even to the west of 76 in this community. We've seen, I think, by the church, there's the condominium, which are actually probably technically even a longer distance, so, okay.
And I just, if you permit me to add,
Yeah,
I think
please.
we do have a lot of lots that are within that. And I
Yeah.
think many of those lots are not applying for rezoning and can just build as RS, single detached houses as well. And so I really do think that this is a case of welcoming those in.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. I mean, that's what, like we say, just across the alley, there are 2 homes that are single family that are there, and it's definitely an underuse, but it's well within the right to do that. So, okay, those are my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. There's no other questions for administration. Now we can go to questions of new information related to that has come up from the public hearing. I know Councillor Jan said he had for sure questions for our applicants, so I believe Burton and William would need to come down, please. And then Mr. Taft is already in his seat, so if you follow up there. But Burton and William, we would need you to come down, please. Yep, please make your way back down. Councillor Jans, I know, has questions.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jans, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Building off the words of the mayor, the thought about the highest and best use of this land right on this location. Have you considered either doing something larger or doing something different, such as consolidating lots to the west of you, or approaching the city to make and I'm sorry, I'm legal. Am I offside here? Am I allowed to?
I think you're within the realm, Councillor.
Like,
Yep.
have you considered approaching the city to go east or go west and do something different with this parcel? Because I think what the mayor is saying is this seems pretty light for this close to a train.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. This is a really good question, but at the current moment, we only have the piece of the land within our client's hands. So current design, I mean, the intention is to have the very preliminary. We are just focused on the, based on the current one, we only have the fourplex, which is good for the 8 units for the 8 families. But if we can looking towards to the MH12 zoning, so we can just have added on another garage suite with the garage parking spaces. But this is very preliminary still. Our commitment is that later on, if we have that rezoning, definitely we will go through this with the administration, working together to see what is the best for this utilize of this piece of the land.
So,
Council Jazz, sorry.
Yeah.
If it's available for the green space, we do consider the green space to consolidate both land together to a higher density, if it's possible. Yeah, like Mayor and you said, it's maybe under development, something such as stone away land should be better utilized. Something we do consider that. We can talk to the city and see how much is it and those kind of things later.
So I think that would trigger, though, an additional rezoning, though, or would the new purchase land come in at the same zoning of the? This might be a question for my colleagues or for administration. I don't know. Can I ask questions of legal right now?
Yeah, you're allowed to. This is still new information, so yeah.
So what I think I hear the applicant saying is they want to rezone. They want to rezone to this now. If at a future date there is a purchase or something of the green space, they would consider that. But would that green space then be that or finale piece? Would that be rolled into the same zoning of the adjacent property, or would it be zoned at RS1?
Yeah, great question, Councillor. So what happens, so the zoning bylaw actually dictates this specifically. When a road is closed, what happens is that it accepts or it adopts the zoning on either side to the center line, right? So if this was...
So if this was at 12, it would then, and the alley was closed, it would then also become 12. If it
up
was
to the center
23,
line
it
of
would
the
become 23.
alley,
Got it.
right?
Okay.
And then if there was something on the other side, if there was RS on the other side, it would adopt the RS up to the center line. So there may possibly be an additional rezoning component, but recall that any sort of road closure would have to come through the public hearing process in any event, and often those rezonings and those road closures are coupled together as an item on the agenda, just in terms of process in a hypothetical situation.
Councillor, just to add to that hypothetical situation, we're not only looking at a simple closure of a road, we'll have to look at the circulation. They have to purchase that road area. Metro 78 was referenced. That alley was actually moved from next to the greenway to the other side of the parcel. So there's a lot more moving details involved and a lot more complex undertaking for the applicant than what they may wish to choose right now.
So if I may, Mr. Pollock, like that, I take the mayor's point though. This is so close to a train station that it seems to be an underzoning, and doing something like this just seems to almost orphan a property as well as a piece of alley, as well as the initial cost. How could we square that?
So that piece of alley isn't orphaned. It still functions as part of the circulation system for the rest of the neighborhood or the rest of the block. In terms of orphaning,
maybe I should say stranded. This sounds
stranded.
I don't have the proper name, so stranded asset. Yeah.
As Ann was saying, like there's a number of parcels across the city that are under existing zoning develop, and you get this condition. If you look just north on University Avenue, you have 2 6-story buildings, and in between of them, you have a single-family house or a single attached house, and another parcel that a single parcel that's redeveloping into a row house. So these things happen. We don't control everything. We allow opportunity, and if that opportunity is taken to its full extent, great. We know that then it's been reviewed and built to a proper extent. If it's below that, because we have permissive zoning, that is okay as well.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure it'll satisfy the mayor, so my mind remains open, and I will listen to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. There's no further questions related to new information, and this will be the time now. We can take a motion to close public hearing if somebody's willing
So
to.
moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. That's right. Oh, yes, yes.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Jans has moved first reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Those wishing to speak to it? All right. Councillor Jans would not be able to take the chair, so Councillor Salvador can take
the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, this only reminds me of one, like I think I had probably 6-ish years ago in Glenora. That's right across from a triangular green space, right across the street from where the LRT will be advised for pies. There was a rezoning application to do just a 2-story commercial, that's literally about the same distance to the LRT. And so that was the first and I think only time I voted against something that I felt was being underzoned because of just the sheer proximity to something so critical that can entice more. And so I'm feeling similar tension, I'll be honest, today, of like this feels like the second one I should say no to because I actually don't think it's enough based off where it's located to the LRT. I worry that when we underutilize these parcels that are so close, that then that puts further pressure on the parcels that'll be just a little bit further. So you'll see more tension of additional rezoning applications and folks that'll actually want to take advantage of that proximity to the LRT and utilize that, and then ask to do more but slightly further away. So that's the one thing that's sitting in my mind right now. I'm not sure I'm going to take the same vote as I did on the Glenora one and vote no. I think at the end of the day, this is obviously a very reasonable land use in the proximity and the location. I'm trying to take the advice of administration saying that yes, like even though this is as close as it is, there are other parcels on the secondary corridor where you could potentially do more that are still relatively close. So think, unless anyone else jumps on, I'll probably vote yes very grudgingly, because I actually think we are underutilizing such an important space with such proximity to something so important. But if there's any other perspectives, I might change my mind before the time ends. So at the moment, I think I'm going to vote yes, but not very happily. I'll take the chair back.
Richard?
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak, but, as per your invitation, I did want to bring up, and not that I want to change the way you're going to vote, because I am also planning to support this as well, but maybe to make you a little bit more happier about the yes. I think as I've been listening to this entire conversation, and even the public speakers, talking about what's already permissible in the RS zone, I keep thinking about the decision that's imminent and that we're going to be talking about in February. So if we actually decline this now, because we're saying we're actually the developer could actually build less, and if in the time between today, the applicant getting in and getting a permit for whatever zone is, and our decisions imminently coming in February, it could actually be a down zone. And it's neighborhoods like McKernan and Belgravia that I'm really struggling with in terms of this RS zone. And I think that if, we've done the priority growth areas and we've prioritized 5 areas, but this one seems so ripe to actually, if that's the tension we have, do we actually need to look at McKernan and Belgravia in terms of another PGA and the work that we bring forward on that? This is clearly an area where we're seeing, activity, a lot of activity. And you're right, if that activity is just the RS zone, or even quite frankly, this zone that we're deciding on today, in its totality, is it the best and most efficient use of land for these neighborhoods? I understand the traffic concerns. I listened to the traffic analysis that will be complete. I totally agree that there are some traffic things that need to be worked out for that neighborhood with the lack of in and out access as a whole. But that shouldn't stop, the broader conversation about how do we get more transit-orientated development in this area. But my caution would be, if you voted no to this, we leave it at the RS zone, and then subsequently we make, not proceeding any decisions, but the conversation has the potential for us to potentially unit cap less. These are the kind of neighborhoods that are going to be really affected by that potential growth. So do consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Jantz to close.
Yeah, a couple of things. I read this fantastic book over the holidays called Building Optimism. I wish I read it in my first year on council. It really went through kind of the how development happens, and it talked about one thing, because I recall even saying this myself, like, oh, this shouldn't be a 1-story, it should be a 6-story. We should have more concrete. We should do this. But it went through just how hard it is to actually build bigger structures, securing the financing, securing the banks, securing the money, securing the all of the different risk that goes into actually going from something from concept to construction. I recall one time I was like, well, why don't you build a 20-story tower downtown? And the person was like, I only have enough money for 6 stories. That's all I can do. And it sort of went through all of these things. So I've been guilty myself of saying, it should be X when that's rich to say. It's nobody tells me I should be driving a Lamborghini. I can't afford it. So think about the cost of construction here too. That it's sometimes what the owner has in that location. This is what they're able to do at this time. I'm also really worried right now. Like I was reading this morning about Alberta separatism and how that movement might be frightening capital investment out of Alberta. And what does that have to do with land use planning? Well, investor uncertainty also plays into job market, capital market, banks, etc. So even if we say, sorry, right now we don't want you to do this small building. We want you to do a much, much larger building. depending on these factors around the province, there may not be investment energy and job energy and capital energy around enabling the highest and best use of the land. We might be for a while looking at the medium best use of the land, or a lower best use. Where it's a challenge I think that we're gonna have to wrestle with. I think if this is a question of what can be built right now by the applicant that they want to do, certainly a higher density, even if it is garage suites in this area, would be appropriate. So just from a strictly land use consideration, because we're not allowed to consider the applicant, we're not allowed to consider taxes, we're not allowed to consider all these other factors, should the question then is kind of simplified to, is a higher land use appropriate beside a train station? And then it's a yes. Then we have to upzone it, in my mind, whether it's to 12, to 16, to 23. This is, as the mayor said, such a good parcel. It would be inconsistent to not support it. So I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that we can have maybe a subsequent conversation about administration identifying pieces of land for development within nodes and corridors where we know we do want to see greater opportunity for housing near transit, especially. And so how can we ensure that instead of paying for the maintenance and renewal of alleyways, that we are looking at turning cul-de-sacs into homes? Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Jans?
Second reading?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. And please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Jans?
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans?
Move third and final reading of bylaw 21372.
Second.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
And please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. We have enough time at least for the presentation on 3.8, so please go ahead.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone the historic commercial direct control zone in Strathcona to a new direct control, or DC, zone. This change would allow for a minor digital sign for the Varscona Theatre. Administrative updates are also required to bring the broader zone into alignment with the uses and writing standards of zoning bylaw 2001. Next slide, please. The DC area is within the old Strathcona Provincial Historic Area, which is the historic center of Strathcona's commercial life. The purpose of the DC is to help preserve historical buildings and ensure future renovation or redevelopment is architecturally compatible. The area is well served by transit and active travel modes. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public using a mailed notice and information on the city's website. 1,020 people were notified and 2 responses were received, both in support of digital signage. Administration waived the requirement for an on-site sign as the rezoning conforms with the statutory plan. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the city plan and district policy, and more specifically, the Digital Signage Strategic Guide, which recognizes that digital signs may be appropriate in certain areas of the city, such as festival locations or performance venues, and or to restrict digital signage in areas that have established heritage character or along pedestrian-oriented main streets. This application strikes a balance at this location as it's a festival and live performance venue in an established pedestrian-oriented heritage area. Next slide, please. Regulations are included in the zone to ensure that the sign appropriately mitigates the impact of signage on mobility, human health, and city image. The sign is limited to one minor digital sign and a maximum of 2 square meter areas in size. It must be turned off between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's to be located on the ground floor window facing 83rd Ave, and it must utilize automatic light level controls to adjust the brightness under different conditions. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It ensures the compatible integration of a digital sign in the historic commercial DC, and it supports the promotion of theater and cultural events in alignment with the city plan, district policy, and the Digital Signage Strategic Guide. Thank you.
Thank you. We had 3 speakers in favor, all to answer questions only. Did we have any questions for the speakers in favor? No? I'll bring Mr. Colin Campbell down. Please come down. You get. We're going to get you in just before the break here to share your up to 5 minutes of opposition. And please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Colin Campbell. I'm here today speaking on behalf of a small independent restaurant preparing to open on White Avenue adjacent to Blues on White and the Princess Theater. I'm not here to request approval of a specific sign nor dispute the merits of our SCOAN application. I'm here to speak to broader issues, the effectiveness of our current signage policy framework in historic commercial districts, and how municipal priorities align with cultural infrastructure. So my request today is twofold. First, I ask Council to direct administration to re-examine following today's decision to examine Bylaw 21390 and any additional bylaw for red tape on business signage with a stronger focus on design quality and contextual fit rather than prescriptive thresholds, and to reconsider whether council-level approval for signage is delivering the outcomes these policies are intending to achieve. Second, I ask Council to direct administration to reevaluate municipal mechanisms for supporting cultural infrastructure, including how the city works with our arts habitat, and Edmonton Art Council to better align mandates, funding structures, and capital eligibility with Council's stated cultural and economic objectives, particularly in advance of the next Connections and Exchange 10-year cycle in 2027, with a clear focus on accountability, outcomes, and significant strengthening the return on public investment in cultural infrastructure. The fact that even modest, well-designed signage routinely requires council-level consideration should give us pause. This is not a failure of the applicant. It's an indication that the policy framework itself may misalign with contemporary cultural and commercial districts actually how they function. To be clear, the intent behind these policies are valid. Protecting historic streets like White Avenue matters. However, the current framework tends to treat signage primarily as a risk to be controlled as per bylaw terminology, rather than as a design tool that can reinforce identity, vitality, and heritage continuity. I'm also speaking from direct experience as an operator myself opening a cultural venue in the quarters. There, as on White Avenue, the cumulative burden of process permits, zoning, inspections, and capital costs, like a sign, create barriers not to poor development but to cultural and community-serving development. Case in point, the city-owned Ironworks illustrates this challenge distinctively. Despite substantial CRL investment and federal cultural infrastructure funding through the Canadian Heritage, it has yet to display a splash of cultural or economic outcomes after nearly a decade. This raises legitimate public questions about how CRL-funded projects are governed, delivered, and evaluated, particularly given the province's role in authorizing and extending these mechanisms. This points to a broader disconnect council needs to hear. At all levels of government, we hear strong commitments to cultural vibrancy, downtown activation through arts, tourism, and a stronger nighttime economy, yet responsibility and risk are not being allocated properly. So, At the same time, the city's Why Edmonton website, which was at council last week, articulates it currently that we have 5 arts districts and more than 100 music venues. And with all due respect, these figures are misleading and require revision if we are to align public narrative with on-the-ground capacity. Councillor Tang recently noted in the context of the Winspear expansion parking resolution that there's no simple solution to achieving sustained arts and cultural vibrancy downtown, and I agree. What I can state though, is from direct experience, in the current system, there's inefficiencies in how responsibility and risks are distributed. Through Civic, our nonprofit organization, we have met with arts funding bodies at every level of government, each explicitly excluding physical infrastructure and capital improvements from their mandates. We've also pursued City of Edmonton, DBA, and Edmonton Art Council programs, meeting with city staff across urban planning, the community grants team leads, and the arts development and investment manager from the Edmonton Art Council. The message has been consistent. There is no municipal funding stream or pooling of funds from other orders of government that could be capitalized by the City of Edmonton or be capable of supporting the cultural infrastructure required to achieve the outcomes the city publicly articulates. In practice, this means an organization like ours faces a maximum grant threshold, typically of around $25,000 on a typical granting cycle. Often this equates to the same amount available to a single independent artist, despite vastly different risk profiles, capital requirements, and public assembly spaces. This creates a significant structural gap. It is far easier to access funding for cultural production like recording an album, presenting a performance, or commissioning a mural, for example, than it is to enable the physical spaces where culture is actually experienced and where the public assembles. Yet, these spaces are directly tied to the commercial vacancy, tourism, economic development, and district placemaking outcomes. In Calgary, this distinction is clearly understood. Just this past Monday, the Calgary Municipal Land Corporation released its annual priority update, continuing coordinating district-scale investment in the East Village, the Workland Center, and the Olympic Plaza, treating cultural infrastructure as city building, not discretionary programming.
Sorry to cut you off there, but that is the 5 minutes. And so we are going to take our recess until 1:30. At that point, there might be questions for you. I guess I should check to see, just in case you have to go. Will there be questions?
I'll follow up with the speaker at the break if they have to leave.
I do have to go, actually. So.
Okay, well, that solves it either way. So Councillor Jans will follow up, but thank you. There will be no...
Never mind, I will not follow up with him at the break because we're in a public hearing.
He can follow
My mind
up.
remains open. I'm
he
not
can
talking
follow
to
up
anyone.
with him on anything that he raised that isn't tied to the land use public hearing,
So
to be
concluding
clear.
this public hearing, if they called
No,
my
not
office?
this public hearing. So the sign, don't engage on the sign, but there were a number of things raised that weren't tied to the land use public hearing. But I think you'd be allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, and I think probably if we
Yeah.
wait until a decision is made here and then
That's the
connect
better
with the
time.
office, that would be the best
That'd be the
course.
cleanest
Yeah.
time. So Councillor Jans will follow up with you upon completion of this item on those. We are on recess until 1:30. Thank you, everyone. call the meeting back to order. Just checking in to see Councillor Principe. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang. Councillor Palmer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. What?
Did you say
Hello. Did you say sup? I love it. That's good. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Elliott.
Salut.
Nice. I like this. This is good. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good. I love the creativity that happens at this point. Okay, we have finished questions of speakers.
Good afternoon. I'm here too.
Oh, there's Councillor Tang. Hello. Fantastic. Questions of administration. Councillor Jans, do you have any questions of administration?
Yeah, I'm a bit perplexed. So this site is in the historic DC, right?
That's correct.
And this site has restrictions on what kind of signage is appropriate in that DC, correct?
It does.
And that restriction is around electronic signs?
That's correct.
And we have an applicant here who would like to put up an electronic sign.
Digital, yep.
And as such, they have to come through this rezoning process.
That's correct.
And I think what I heard from the speaker from the public who was saying they don't like that and want to see signage positions changed in general in the DC. Is that kind of what?
I heard a little bit of that, yep.
But it wasn't about this specific objection to this specific sign.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's more of a broader policy review, which I believe we're doing under that placemaking strategy with the Explorer or some tourism attraction. Is this, am I recalling this?
So it's a little bit different because that Strathcona DC1 has very specific regulations around signage and architectural features to respect the heritage character, so I wouldn't tie those two together.
Right, okay, so the cultural infrastructure work doesn't contemplating adjustments to the historic DC.
That's correct.
That's not on the table. Okay. So the question before us is, are we okay compromising the historic DC here for this one sign in this one location for a theater?
That's correct. To a certain extent, I mean, we don't consider it a compromise because we've designed the zoning regulations so that it's an appropriate fit. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's more if we're contemplating a broader change to the entire DC that would impact many, many businesses in this very busy area, and enabling digital signage with more broad strokes. But in our review of this application, we're comfortable doing that on a site-by-site or rezoning by rezoning basis because of the direction that we have in place from the digital sign strategic guidance and the overarching historical nature of the area.
And I note there's 2 City of Edmonton employees speaking in support here. So I'm guessing we got to a point where the historic group and others are feeling comfortable with the compromise arrived at?
Yes, the 2 here in support have a role, a different hat on as the City of Edmonton. They are the applicant.
So is that because the City of Edmonton owns the building?
No, maybe I could defer to the applicant on why, but they are also in their second capacity with their second hat on, the heritage group. So they work very closely with heritage organizations like the Varscona Theater.
So it's not a compromise of the policy. It's the policy allows certain considerations and a threshold, and administration is comfortable that those thresholds and the intent of the DC is being upheld with a reasonable compromise here. Is that a correct paraphrase?
Exactly.
Okay. I have nothing further, and yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tay.
I think I just wanted to double check. We did have a digital signage policy review. Is that correct?
In terms of a review, what we have now in place is the digital signage strategic guidance. It's a document that helps guide decisions around digital signage all across our city.
Right.
Councillor, Sorry,
Go ahead.
Councillor, that was circulated by memo in 2024, and it was very broad in nature and is also helping us in our review of digital sign regulations currently. And we will be bringing something to UPC this year for consideration by Urban Planning Committee.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think back a few years ago, I had raised some questions around digital signage because I think there was some provision within the zoning bylaw for I think the PS zone, but it wasn't for digital. Anyways, and then we had this particular report, the memo. Maybe it came back as a memo. I think it was supposed to come back as a committee in Q2 2024, but it came back as a memo. Just lost a thread on that, but I appreciate the clarification because I think I had thought we did something around this to kind of, but I guess it didn't cover DC zones specifically, and that's why this application is in front of us. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Tang.
Yeah. Okay, that's and then just on the other line of questioning from the speaker, I feel like it was more pertinent to the cultural infrastructure work, which is a policy review led by Arts Habitat, Edmonton Arts Council, etc. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then does the administration know when that will be coming back for council discussion?
I don't know off the top of my head, Councillor Tang. Let me just check in with the broader team here.
Just so that way, I think we capture the feedback from the speaker and there's a bit of an answer there. So, anyways, you can share this with me offline when you have the answer, but other than that, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no further questions of administration. Now I'll see if there's questions related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing. That could be to any of the applicants. I don't think the speaker in opposition was able to stay, but or administration. Not seeing any, I'll take a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Jans, that's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote
Yep.
for closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move first reading.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please, sorry. Anyone wishing to speak to it? No one. Councillor Jans, nothing to close. Thank you. Please vote for first reading.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I will move
Second.
second reading. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote for consideration.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I will move third and final reading of bylaw
390.
21390. Sorry, yeah.
Absolutely.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote for third reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Thank you very much. That covers 3.8. For 3.11, which is our Grosvenor item, I should check. There are no speakers in opposition. Did you want a presentation, Councillor Clark? Or that's fine if you do. I didn't.
I think it's a quick presentation. I think it's good content.
Yeah, happy to. Yeah, that's perfect. We'll get a presentation while they're getting. Oh, you're ready to go. Fantastic.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Grosvenor neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to a direct control zone that allows small-scale health services. The applicant's intent is to operate a midwifery-led birthing center and complementary wellness service. Next slide, please. The site is located on an interior lot along a local road and in close proximity to the 149th Street secondary corridor. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we mailed notices to 40 surrounding residents and heard back from 8. We hear concerns that the proposal would potentially result in increased traffic and parking congestion in the area, that it would be better suited to a standard zone, that it would generate increased late-night activity and traffic, posing significant concern for peace and safety of residents, and that it could set a precedent and change the existing character of the neighborhood, including a negative impact on property values. Next slide, please. A DC zone is being used as the proposed health service use requires specific regulations to mitigate the potential land use conflicts with neighboring properties. The zone customizes regulations to ensure compatibility of the uses. It does this specifically by keeping the built form small scale as allowed in the RS zone, including only one commercial use, that of health services, and further limiting that use to only reproductive and perinatal health, by appointment services, and a 250 square meter floor area maximum. The zone also proposed residential uses that allow flexibility over time. It is the intent of the applicant to have commercial uses within the principal building and garden suite with an opportunity for residential uses. Next slide, please. In the Jasper District Plan, the site is designated urban mix, which allows for a mix of housing, shops, services, and offices all in one land use category. Additionally, the proposed rezoning aligns with the City Plan's Big City Move, a community of communities, by providing the opportunity for more people to easily complete their daily needs within 15 minutes of home. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It proposes a DC zone that is compatible with the abutting properties, and it aligns with the City Plan's goal to be a more compact city through the Big City Move, a community of communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think I checked before, but I am just going to double check again because it's been 2 days. For all of our speakers in favor, first I'll just double check. Rachel Walker was supposed to be in person, not, but are they online?
I believe she couldn't attend today.
Okay, no, thank you. So for the other 3 who are all here, that's Janelle, Carly, and Raynon, are you all here to make presentations, or are you here just to answer questions only?
We'll all be speaking, yes.
You will all be speaking. Okay, all right. Well, then we will proceed with that, starting with Janelle Dychuk. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. As mentioned, my name is Janelle. I'm here to speak today about my experience with Lucina. I am a mother of 3. In 2021, I had my first under the care of an OB. It wasn't until the end of my pregnancy that I found out that the woman who had been caring for me my whole pregnancy would likely not be the one assisting me in the delivery of my first child, that it would be whichever doctor was on shift. At 39 weeks, which is a week prior to the typical due date, I was induced because an ultrasound had come back that my baby had appeared to shrink in size. When I had asked for a second ultrasound to confirm this, I was denied. I was told to immediately head to the hospital and was induced. This birth was during COVID. It was a very clinical and lonely experience. It was also terribly intense. I would say that it felt forced and not on my terms at all. Knowing we'd be growing our family, I thought there must be a better way. I discovered that midwife care was an option and was blessed to receive that care in birthing my second in 2022. If you are unaware, there's only one birthing center in Edmonton, and that is Lucina. I had full intentions on having my second there, but was unable to make it due to -30 weather and poor road conditions. My midwife at the time was able to make it to my house, and we were able to deliver the baby there. In 2025, I found out I was pregnant with our third, which will be our last. 3 weeks in, and I immediately put in my request for a midwife. Midwife care is not guaranteed. So when I heard back from Lucina as one of my options, I felt like I had won the birthing lottery. Not only would I be hopefully getting to have my baby at the Lucina Birthing Center, I would also be getting a Lucina midwife. My midwives at Lucina were above and beyond exceptional. Their care was wise, mature, research-based, informative, consensual, warm, and also community-based. During my care, I was aligned in a birthing group with other moms who would be birthing during the same month as myself. When we'd come together over a handful of times during our pregnancy at Lucina's West location, we'd learn, get support, share, and connect with others who are having the same experience as ourselves. I'm not sure why, but when you're pregnant, it seems like you are the only pregnant body you see. So for me, this was so valuable and quite honestly relieving to see and to be with other pregnant bodies. The group meetings were important to me. The environment that is at Lucina is one of a home, one of comfort, one of one-on-one connection and care. When it came time to birthing my second, I had been 2 weeks and 3 days past due. So when my third was also past her technical due date, there was no rush or pressure on me to force things along. My team of midwives continued care, ensuring me and my baby were perfectly well and healthy. And since everything was going well, I was the one who was still steering the ship. I was able to naturally go into labor at 42 weeks and 3 days again, which was valuable to me. Going into such an intense experience, having women who have your back, who are calm, and who are setting the tone so beautifully cannot be beat. Low stress is gold when it comes to birthing. It's kind of a crazy story how I was able to make it to the birthing center for my third, but I was on a mission to have a water birth. Having a water birth was always a dream for me. Their tubs are huge, the whole center is well thought out and well equipped. It's comfy, built for success, and overall homey. To be quite frank, the water birth wasn't the Zen pool I had imagined it would be, but the tub itself was large enough for me to move freely as if in space, and also manage my body temperature. At the time, it was midsummer and well over 25 degrees, so this in itself was a blessing. My midwife was intuitive and knew exactly what I needed as I needed it. My birth was efficient. What more could a woman ask for? I've said this before and I'll say it again. Midwife care is the best healthcare I have ever received, and I truly stand by that. I'm a strong advocate for Lucina and all that they stand for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Carly, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carly. I'm here to talk
Sorry,
about.
Carly, can I pause you for a sec? She does have a presentation, if that can be pulled up, please.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll wait for a moment before we start the time. And do we have a copy of the presentation from the clerks? We do. Perfect. They're putting it up as we speak. There we go. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Vernon, for catching that. So my name is Carly Bolio. I'm the owner of Lucina Midwives and Lucina Birth Center, which we collectively call Lucina Birth and Family Wellness Center. Next slide. So Lucina Birth Center started in 2011. It's been running for 14 and a half years, and it's currently located on the corner of 163rd Street and 95th Avenue. So this project is an effort to move that birth center, which is 2 rooms, into the garden suite in the backyard of the said property. Lucina is very passionate about safe, compassionate, and relationship-based care. And we focus on personalized, family-centered birthing support in pregnancy and early parenting. Next slide. Our goal with this project is to create a community-focused space for childbearing families. It's a welcoming, small-scale environment where families can gather, learn, and grow together. We want to support family connection, education, and wellness. And we want to be integrated into the neighborhood and maintain a residential scale that fits into a community style setting. Next slide. Midwifery care is founded on some really important pillars, which include informed choice, choice of birthplace, and continuity of care. Midwives are regulated under the College of Midwives of Alberta, and we follow the standards of practice and ethical standards there. We only perform authorized procedures within our legal scope of practice. And we tailor our care to our family's needs, and we support informed choice and confidence throughout the pregnancy and postpartum periods. Next slide. So the daily operations in our center include planned scheduled appointments. We do have group care, as Janelle mentioned. And then, of course, the births happen spontaneously, but there's no overnight stays at the birth center, unlike a hospital. The midwife is in attendance to her client, and typically the client stays there for about 2 to 3 hours afterwards and then goes home. Everything that is more complex is transferred into the hospital, typically by car. It's designed to operate in a home-like environment that is safe, calm, and welcoming. Next slide. We engaged with our community. We held some informal meet and greets for people to drop in and ask questions about the project. We also sent around letters, we knocked on people's doors, and we had direct conversations with neighbors. We encouraged really transparent parent feedback to address any concerns and answer questions. And we want to be approachable and fit into the community in a way that includes everyone, everyone's concerns, and to support the community as a whole. Next slide. Thank you so much for allowing us to attend here today, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Next up is Raynon. Raynon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if I could please have my presentation as well.
There we are.
Fantastic, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Raynon Soames. I'm with Clarity Development Advisory, and we've been supporting Carly through this application process. I'll briefly explain why we have pursued a direct control zone and how it's structured in order to keep the proposal small scale and compatible with the context. Next slide, please. The proposed direct control zone was designed to closely follow the existing RS zoning. The built form, the scale, and residential expectations are largely the same as what you see within RS. What the DC does allow is a very specific, limited version of the health service use within these buildings. The intent is straightforward. It is a garden suite designed to accommodate a small midwife-operated birth space and a very limited number of supporting health services in the existing house that are directly related to pregnancy and perinatal care, such as prenatal massage or pelvic floor physiotherapy. The DC closely controls operations. Services need to be appointment-based. Effectively, what this means is that it's not a walk-in clinic. And there are, as Carly said, there are no extended or ongoing stays after births take place. Next slide, please. The DC is written to control scale, control form, and impact so that the proposal fits comfortably within its surroundings. The scale is modest, with health services limited to just 250 square meters. Residential form is maintained, so height, massing, setbacks, design requirements all align with the existing RS zoning. And we have also required a residential building form and appearance to continue. Visual presence is minimized. There is no outdoor commercial activity, and there are very limited signage permissions only. Finally, we have created a site-specific DC tailored to this property and this specific use. So it does not introduce any broader commercial permissions, which any standard zone may. Next slide, please. One concern that we heard during engagement was about street parking. In response, we chose to complete a parking study, collecting data across multiple days and time periods for the surrounding area. We found that on-street parking utilization in the area ranged from 29% to 43% on average, and parking utilization on the street frontage right in front of the home peaked at 50% during the busiest observed period, which was on a Sunday morning when the nearby church is operating. This confirmed that on-street supply is generally available with no consistent constraints observed. And we have also included in the direct control a requirement for 2 on-site parking stalls that would have to be accessed from the rear lane. Finally, just to add an additional operational measure, Carly has arranged with the nearby Terra Center, who do have 26 parking stalls, should additional parking ever be needed, but we don't anticipate this. Next slide, please. This part was covered a bit by city administration, but we did complete pre-application consultation, including notification letters being sent to the surrounding properties, putting up rezoning signage, and reaching out to the Grosvenor Community League. We heard comments back from 2 residents, primarily concerns related to street parking, concerns with the existing home-based business operations, where Carly currently operates a small midwife clinic in the home, as well as neighborhood compatibility. These comments informed how we designed the DC regulations by including a parking requirement, floor area limitation, and some of the operational controls we've already discussed. Next slide, please. So from a policy perspective, this application aligns well with adopted plans. It supports the city plan's community of communities vision, improving access to local services, integrating daily needs into residential areas at an appropriate scale. Also aligns with our district planning framework for urban mix, which anticipates small-scale service uses and supports low-intensity health services within neighborhoods when well-regulated. Next slide, please. So in summary, this is small scale, neighborhood focused, and has been refined through community input. Built form remains residential. We've studied impacts such as parking and addressed them. So we appreciate council's consideration and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thanks for all those speakers, dude. I've kind of gone through this a few times and talked to community members about this specific project, as well as Ron and Carly gave me kind of a presentation beforehand as well a while ago. So I guess I just kind of want to make sure a few things are clear. Okay, so we're going to this DC zone, but it's still the same as the RS zone, and that was, I guess, just Renan, that was with intent, right, to keep it on the same form.
Absolutely. The goal is to keep this as close as the RS zone as we could. It has exactly the same setbacks, exactly the same height. It will look and feel like a house. It doesn't have the outward appearance of a commercial building or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you. And then you addressed the parking in the Terrace Center, which is really only about a 1-minute walk or 3-minute walk, 1-minute drive away. I know there's a church there too. Would they be open to parking too if there was overflow needed?
We have reached out to them and not received a response. They also have about 14 stalls there that are regularly available, but we can continue to pursue that. The Terra Center has 26 stalls that are often available though.
And then I also believe you guys did a community league meeting, or I don't know if Carly, if you dropped in there or you guys hosted something, but I heard, I don't know if I saw that in the presentation, but I just want to confirm that happened as well.
Carly has reached out to the Community League. We have never done a presentation, but we've continually shared information with the Community League as the project has progressed. So we've probably We sent 4 or 5 updates, had a few phone calls and conversations. Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for speakers.
Thank you. I see no further questions for our speakers, so now we'll move to questions of administration. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Yeah, really the big question for admin, and I think we've hit on this again, but I just want to make this really kind of crystal clear with everybody, right? Because, you know, there's no doubt that we need more of these in Edmonton. We don't have enough. I think there's one in St. Albert. There's a demand for this, and this is a way that people choose to go through midwife or birthing, which is more than their choice and fine. I think really the question of this is, you know, we're doing this. It's mid-block, it's in a residential neighborhood, and I think the direct control zone allows for that, and that's good. I just want to make sure when we get the definition of kind of health services, and I'm bringing this up just because I got an email forwarded to me. Now, it was back in July, but the email was from admin to a resident, and it kind of just stated that, like, the health services definition could be a little murky, is the way I'm kind of reading the email. I'm not going to read it out. And I just want to confirm that now that's been defined as, into your presentation, Claire, that it's only reproductive needs or services, or however you want to frame that.
Yep, you have it exactly, Councillor Clark. That's exactly what the direct control does. It lays out very specifically how this is a health service and in what way it's additionally limited. So health service under the zoning bylaw can mean a lot of different things. We start with that kind of standard definition and then use the direct control to say, in this case, for this piece of property, health service is limited to only reproductive and perinatal and other wellness services.
And then if this business, like, once it gets zoned that spot, that is what it is, right? If this moved or something, we'd have to have another rezoning conversation to either go back to RS or something else or whatever it is.
That's right. So if 3 years from now or 20 years from now, somebody else buys this property, they are restricted to what's in the direct control. If they want to change that, they have to go through a rezoning process.
Okay. And just be clear, just for my own knowledge, and maybe my colleagues too, I don't know, but if this was, this in the RS zone, if somebody wanted to set up their own business, like they want to set up a hairdresser or anything, they're entitled to do that and just have to get the business permits to do it as well, right?
Under the current RS zoning?
Yeah.
The current RS zoning is limited in terms of commercial. It has to be abutting a site that has existing commercial.
Okay.
So right now, those commercial uses are, while they're present in the zone, they're limited by locational criteria, which is part of the reason why a direct control is necessary here.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just trying to get that context. If they were going to set up their own home business, there might be more traffic and parking that would come from that's already allowed. Now, where this gives a little bit more parameters on what it is.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
I'm speculating a bit, but you're right on in that the small scale nature of this really does limit the impacts that are possible to the neighborhood and the wider neighborhood. I also just want to clarify that parking is required on site. Yep. There are 2 stalls in the rear, and that's in the direct control.
Okay. Perfect. That was my next question, but I think you asked and answered that. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
So would the DC restrict any other type of business from operating, or this is just in addition to the regular home business? Like, would they necessarily, if it was sold or whatever, would they necessarily have to come back to have it rezoned to RS?
Yes, yeah. So right now, the only commercial use that's been introduced is the health service, very specific to this type of health service. And the residential is also there as an option in the future for something of a mixed-use development.
Okay. So, okay. But in the RS zone, isn't there other commercial that's allowed?
There is currently.
Okay, so they would be able to operate another commercial business, not just.
No, not with the direct control.
Okay.
So currently, if they've stuck with their RS zoning, while commercial uses are available in the zone, it depends on where the property is situated.
Okay, so
it has to abut another property that is zoned already for commercial.
Okay, so it would limit any future business. Okay.
It would, and that's based on community feedback.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions on the board. Any questions from members of council related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing, either to the applicant or the speakers in favor or to administration? I'm not seeing any. At this point, motion to close the public hearing would be appropriate. Councillor Clark, are you willing to move that?
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor Clark's moved that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. Councillor Clark, did you want to move first reading of that item? Or-
Yes, so yeah, I'll move first reading of item 3.11.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Anyone wishing to speak to the item?
I'll just I can
Yeah,
close
I'll just double check if there's anyone else. I don't see anyone else. Oh, I do see someone else. Councillor Jans is your name. Yes, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
just very quickly wanted to commend the applicant. I think this is a really, at first I was a little perplexed by this application, but I think it's really cool and innovative and interesting. And when we think about the kind of city we're building, it's just really cool that we're being able to offer a choice like this in a neighborhood, in a new space, in a new place, and something that's a little more welcoming. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been on the team here, who brought this forward, and I don't know if. Well, I will never have a chance. Well, okay, I'm closing.
Thank you for sparing us, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just briefly want to chime in. Really appreciate the thoughtful consideration. As someone who had to drive to Fort Saskatchewan to access midwife services, I'm delighted to be able to create opportunities for more of that in our community for other Edmontonians to make use of. So thank you again for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to close. Oh, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great opportunity. I just thought we were getting away from DCs. So that's my only concern on this. But maybe that's something that in a future review, maybe that commercial or home-based business could be expanded within the RS zone. So just something for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, like I said before, I think there's no question that we need more of these services in the city. This is important. I think when this first kind of came across, when you look at it from, it's mid-block, it's a residential zone, there's some hesitation there, and I've got some feedback from residents on that. But I really want to commend, the applicant and the team that's kind of, and really in City of Min for putting this forward in the DC zone that really says exactly what they want to do. I commend them for doing that. As we sit through kind of all these zoning meetings, I always like to hold a higher bar on, and what do you want to build if you want to get this done? And I think this applicant has said exactly what they want to do and have taken into consideration the community, have been really open, and they said transparent, really transparent exactly what they want to do here, and be consideration on how that works best for the community in doing that. So I commend them on that. I think it makes a lot of sense, and yeah, I appreciate everyone's support on this, and thank everyone for coming forward.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. Councillor Clark, did you want to move second reading?
Second reading moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. Councillor Clark.
Third reading of bylaw.
Consideration.
I'd like to move consideration, third reading of bylaw 311, or item number 311.
Thank you. Is that seconded still by Councilor
Second.
Parmar? Seconded by Councilor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading on that item.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-0. Councilor Clark.
I'd like to move third and final reading of item number 311, bylaw 21391, to allow for limited small-scale health services while maintaining the opportunity of residential users in Grosvenor.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Parmar. Please vote for third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. Excellent. We are going to be moving to the Lansdowne item next, followed by the Heritage Valley Town Center, then the Orchards at Ellerslie, Virginia Park, and finally the Meadows. So 5 items left, and if we finish early, then we would move on to the remainder of the council meeting. So, but we will keep moving as we are on now the Lansdowne item, item 3.12. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Lansdowne neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone, RSM H12. This has a height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located along 122A Street and backs onto 122 Street, which is an arterial roadway. It is well connected to both active and public transportation modes with a shared use path and numerous bus routes along 122nd Street. The site is close to both current and future amenities, including Lansdowne Park, current and future development at Michener Park, and the future Stollery Children's Hospital and West 240 neighborhood. Next slide, please. Administration engaged the public using a mailed notice, information on the city's website, and site signage. We received feedback from 8 residents, all in opposition. Concerns raised included that this might exacerbate parking and traffic congestion issues, that there would be a loss of neighborhood character, potential for privacy and shadowing impacts on surrounding properties, the ongoing and future construction impacts, loss of property values, and that it might overwhelm existing infrastructure. Also that there is a lack of accessibility for public hearings during workdays, and a general dislike of well-built older homes being torn down for lower quality buildings. Next slide, please. The major differences between the 2 zones are that the proposed RSM H12 allows a height increase from 10.5 to 12 meters, an increase in the maximum site coverage, and a reduced rear setback. Potential outcomes of the increased size could be more units than currently allowed under the RS zone. Next slide, please. The site is located within the Scona District Plan or outside of a node or corridor and is designated as urban mix. District policy allows for additional density to be supported if certain criteria are met. The site aligns with district policy as it is located along an arterial roadway and abuts commercially zoned land to the south. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It allows for more intense small-scale development that is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and it enables redevelopment that aligns with the Scona District Plan and district policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to our speakers. I believe we have 3 speakers in favor, all wishing to make a presentation. Is that correct? So I have William Yin, Yingmei Jiang, and Dawn An. Please all make your way down to the front here if you're looking to speak. Is Dawn, I see 2 of our speakers coming down. Is Dawn coming down? Or is Dawn here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're here virtual.
Online.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we'll... All right, William, as you've been here before, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor and Councillor. Next slide, please. Our site is located on the corner, almost the corner. As you can see, on the north, it's a day home. On the south, it's a current constructed by a dentist office. And we are in the middle, and we're planning to do something like a mixed use commercial. Next slide, please. This is the current picture for the dentist, and we do talk to the owner, and they really well support for our new rezoning application. Next slide, please. On the bottom is the site, and in the upper right is the current Landstone Center, which will be redevelopment for about 300 units. And the current Landstone Center has like the healthcare service, the pharmacy, and those kind of community accessible commercial thing unit, and those will be lost. And this is bring us one of the reason rezoning this lot for mixed use, so we can allow some commercial development. Next slide, please. This is the current picture. That is the planning new Landstone Mall, and it's 8-story up to 300 unit. I have to say the bottom, it seems like developed some commercial as well. But as you know, the whole Landstone only like 300 unit single house and some apartment. This one, 300 unit, we think they only can just maintain their own use something, and still the commercial will be needed for this area. Next slide, please. This is the rendering from their website for the development. Next slide. There's some example for our previous job. This is a mixed-use building. The main floor is a restaurant, and the third floor and the second floor will be the residential. Next slide. This is another sample for our previous work, and the main floor is a haircut. And as you can see, it's not the corner, but next to the DQ, and it's really fit for the community need. Next slide, please. This is one of our current building. It's the main floor is a pharmacy and clinic. The second floor and third floor will be the residential. Next slide. Again, at the bottom is our site. On the upper, you can see the new Yufei National Park development. It's up to 900 units. Again, they have some commercial planned as well. Some of them even built up already, Tim Horton, Wendy's. But our thought will be they have a lot of need, like the student care, for example, the Kumon, those kind of thing, and the pharmacy, clinic, haircut, those kind of commercial need, and that's the reason we want rezoning this lot. Next slide, please. On the 51st Avenue, we have some other development, which is, I think those just demonstrate that this area will be really busy and really in the construction zone for near future. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that's the last one. That will be in my presentation.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Yingmei Jiang. Please go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. My name is Yingmei Jiang. I have called Edmonton home for over 25 years. This is where I raised my 3 boys, started my small business, and where I continue to invest. I care deeply about our city's future, and I'm here today to ask you for your support to rezoning my lot from RS to RSM H12. My vision is simple: a small, residential unit on the top floor, and the community-focused business space on the ground floor. This is not a large commercial project and not something that will draw regional traffic. It's meant to serve nearby residents, people living within walking distance. We often talk about the 15-minute city, but to make that real, we need services where people actually live. In a neighborhood like Lansdowne, where 1 out of every 4 residents is over 60, having local services within a short walking distance is essential. The lot is close to 122nd Street, giving it great visibility as a local business, while keeping a residential feel. It is also adjacent to other businesses, like a daycare, dentist, and a beauty shop, making it the perfect location to integrate into a commercial hub for Lansdowne residents. These small businesses make life easier and more connected. To address the concerns about traffic and parking, I want to be clear, this is for the laborers. I'm a laborer myself, and I have no desire to correct congestion on my own street. This is a small-scale space designed for people in the neighborhood who will walk or bike. We are also well served by public transit with on-demand stops and the ETS bus stops nearby. Next slide, please. We have already hired a planning consultant and an experienced architect for the design of this property. Also, they were present today. In closing, our neighborhoods are at their best when they are vibrant and walkable. This project supports local business and provides essential services right where people need them most. I respectfully ask for your support in making our neighborhood a more complete and connected place to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Dawn is our final speaker. Please go ahead. Final speaker in favor. Then we'll go to our speakers in opposition. Please go ahead. Yep, you're waiting for a presentation. I think I see it. We see it on the screen here. Yeah, we would just need you to.
Okay, yeah, the
please
speaker
go
is
ahead.
on. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, councilors, and neighbors. Yeah, my name is Dong An. I'm a registered architect and the founder of 345 Architecture. My purpose today is to offer assurance from an architectural and professional standpoint that this rezoning application is appropriate, carefully considered, and in experienced hands. The name 345 Architecture comes from the Pythagorean theorem, 3 squares plus 4 squares equals 5 squares. It reflects how I approach design, grounded in fundamentals, logic, and balance. My work is always rooted in policy alignment, proportionality, and respect for context. That discipline matters most in mature neighborhoods as they evolve over time. Next slide, please. Earlier in my career, I was one of the key designers of the Edmonton Federal Building, now the Queen Elizabeth II Building, including its penthouse. I brought a few early concept sketches today simply to illustrate the level of responsibility and the complexity I've worked with. Regardless of scale, the same design adjustment applies. Next, please. Now, my practice spans a wide range of project types, scales, and locations. What remains consistent is the design logic behind the work, particularly the ability to respond thoughtfully to context and constraints. Next, please. I've been actively involved in infill development in Edmonton since 2010, beginning with small design-build duplexes in Ritchie and Strathcona. Managing those projects firsthand gave me a deep understanding of how sensitive infill can be. One of those early projects received the Award of Excellence for implemented residential infill at the 2015 Edmonton Urban Design Awards. For this reference project, setbacks, height, and massing were not just checked for compliance. They were carefully elaborated. Shadow impacts and adjacency were considered deliberately with the goal of fitting into the neighborhood, both physically and socially. Next, please. Yeah, for what you see is the result of intent, not excess. Next, please. Yeah, this slide shows a neighboring house from a different infill project shown here for reference. Rather than ignoring context, my work acknowledges it, echoing certain architectural cues without copying them. Good infill is about dialogue, not imitation. Next, please. Yeah, this map shows why this site is appropriate for a modest and well-controlled increase in density. The proposed change are measured. The maximum height increased from 10.5 meters to 12 meters and site coverage from 45% to 60%. These are not dramatic shifts, and they do not introduce adverse shadowing or overlook impacts to homes across 122A Street. Instead, the site performs its intended role as a transition. It responds to higher intensity development along 122 Street to the east, while maintaining a compatible scale toward lower density residential area to the west. What matters is not simply increasing density, but placing it deliberately at the edge rather than pushing change deeper into the neighborhood. Administration has concluded that this rezoning is appropriate, policy aligned, and compatible with its context. From an architectural standpoint, I agree. In summary, this rezoning enables a careful and reasonable evolution.
Thank you. That is your time, and that your 5 minutes, so appreciate that. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers in favor. I'll go to ward councilors. Councilor Jans, I believe. Any questions for our speakers?
I don't have any questions of the proponent at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of our speakers in favor. So we'll move to our speaker in opposition, and that is Kathleen Schmidt. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Oh, good. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you to the Mayor and City Council for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Kathleen Schmidt, and I live directly across from the proposed rezoning of 4807 122nd A Street from small-scale residential to small to medium-scale residential. I am here to respectfully oppose this rezoning due to its clear and foreseeable impact on our street and neighborhood. And I have to be honest, up until 5 minutes ago, I didn't know this was going to be a commercial building as well. Firstly, parking would be a big concern. There is a dental office already being built next door to this lot that will directly impact parking around us. We also often get overflow parking from the apartment buildings directly to the south of us. And in the past, we have also had overflow parking from Michener Park across the street, which we may have again once it is fully redeveloped. Second, there would be a noticeable increase in traffic. We are already starting to experience this from 4 to 5:30 p.m. every day due to the congestion on 51st Ave, trying to turn left onto 122nd Street. We have already noticed a lot of traffic cutting down our street to get back onto 122nd Street. Our street was designed for low-density residential use, not sustained higher volumes of traffic. This increase on our street and surrounding streets will also add to our noise and air pollution. Thirdly is a concern for the strain on infrastructure. Increasing density without prior upgrades risks overloading these systems, leading to service disruptions and higher long-term costs. These costs will be passed along to the taxpayers rather than the developers. Rezoning does not adequately address that concern. Fourth, housing in our very near vicinity has increased substantially. Across 122nd Street is the redevelopment of Michener Park with hundreds of new housing units. Around the corner is the construction of the Edgeway with 110 townhouses and 365 apartments when completed. At the end of our street, an application for rezoning is already underway for a new condo development of 8 to 12 stories, providing another 300 residential units. To the north of that is the proposed development of the West 240, which will be a whole new district. These developments are already in addition to the pre-existing Galbraith House, a high-rise apartment building, the Californian Lansdowne condos, Lansdowne House, another multi-story apartment building, and 5 low-rise apartment buildings directly to our south. To add to that is we have just recently found out that the new Stollery Children's Hospital will be built at the end of our block and across the street. Our neighborhood has already absorbed a significant portion of new housing in the near vicinity, with much more to come. With this in mind, we failed to see how a mid-block 3-story, I thought it was going to be a 6-plex, is necessary, which is not in keeping with the neighborhood or housing around it. Finally, there will be a loss of sunlight and privacy. A 3-story, 12-meter development will overshadow nearby properties, reducing natural light in homes and yards. Loss of sunlight affects energy use, outdoor enjoyment, and general well-being. In closing, this is not opposition to housing or growth, but a call for responsible and appropriate planning. We have already faced lots of new development with Michener Park, the dental office, and are facing much more in the near future. We feel a 3-story mid-block rezoning is not necessary due to the adjacent addition of so many new residential units around us already. Before people think we're against redevelopment, we are not, as evidenced by the redevelopment of the dental office across from us that we were not opposed to. If we were to develop skinny homes or duplexes on this lot, we would have no objections, even though we have been living with constant construction around us. We are against a rezoning from small to medium that overshadows all the housing around it, that will directly affect our sunlight, traffic, and parking. Thank you for your time and consideration of our concerns.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers in opposition. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. Guest Schmidt, could you clarify? You said up until a few moments ago you thought it was residential, not commercial. Did I hear you correctly?
That's right.
Do you happen to have you received a postcard or something about this application, or how did you hear about it?
Yes, the postcard and the sign across the street that I'm looking at right now.
And commercial use had not been notified for you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. So,
and while talking to my neighbors, I don't think they're aware of that either.
Yeah. I'm going to ask administration about that. I'm not sure if that change, if it was an advertisement or if it changes the application or not. I'll admit most of the correspondence I received on this one was understanding it was going to be a residential unit beside the commercial dentist. So I'm gonna ask about that too. But just to summarize, regardless of the use, your general concerns are the massing, the impact on the block, the traffic, and some of the other kind of downstream consequences of new development on this block. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
And also the fact that there's so many new units around us already.
Yeah, it's certainly a very desirable area these days. I think from here all my questions are for admin. So thank you for your presentation, Ms. Schmidt, Guest Schmidt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of our speakers, so now we'll move on to questions of administration. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark, my apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for Kathleen, you're in a tough spot, right? Like this is, when you look at the map on this, there's a lot going on around there. And I guess just, I think you kind of answered it, but I just want some clarity on it. Like, I guess what kind of density would you like to see? And you said skinnies and townhomes. I guess the thing is with the RS zone, it can already go above that as it is right now.
Right.
So seeing, like, I think the change is going to happen. It's just, yeah, it's tough. I just want to see kind of what you're comfortable with, but if that's, is it just this scale of it is just too much and the commercial side and the unknowing, or?
Yes, I think having finding out just a few minutes ago about the commercial and knowing that we just have had a huge new commercial development right behind them. I'm not sure how adding, another one mid-neighborhood is going to be helpful, plus also the redevelopment down the street of, the whole complex that's going to be the condos, and they also have applied for commercial on the bottom. So I'm not really sure why we would need another commercial development right in the middle of a residential block.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's all the questions now for our speaker in opposition. So we'll move on to questions of our administration. Councillor Janst, questions for administration? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just clarity on what the application is regard to commercial residential.
It's for the zone RSM H12.
Which does contemplate commercial purpose?
There are commercial uses that are allowed in the RSM H12 zone, and they are exactly the same commercial uses that are allowed in the current zoning, which is RS.
Okay, so that block of 122 is zoned RS, but also has like a commercial overlay or something?
No, almost the entire block is RS. It's bookended on the north by urban facilities.
Which is the church.
And that has a max height and development of age 16, an opportunity for more intense uses. On the southern bookend, which is the corner, is a direct control that currently has just recently been built a dentist office. So now that corner is a commercially zoned property, it means that the RS that's abutting, right, it shares the lot line,
Yep.
can now have commercial uses subject to additional types of regulations in the RS zone, like site area restrictions, that kind of thing.
Right, because it's abutting, adjacent.
That's right. Abutting is when they share.
But the dentist has been there for a long time. That would have been grandparented into the zoning. That's been I think a decade, hasn't it?
It's my understanding the dentist was relatively recent, but
Was it?
I could be wrong.
Okay, so the dentist is a commercial site. That's on the corner.
That's
and
correct.
Because that site is now zoned operational running, the next site over unlocks commercial possibilities.
That's correct, commercial
Okay.
uses.
So when the applicant went out and said we want to rezone from RS to
RSMH12.
RSMH12, because of that, we are being asked yes or no on the RSMH12. But regardless, there could be commercial here because that right is now given because it's beside a corner lot. Am I correct?
That's correct. They came in for a development permit today.
Okay, so is there an error in advertisement to the neighbors about, because they didn't mention the commercial piece, or is that?
No, we generally don't with the RSMH12, and even as we're moving still within our primarily residential zones, we don't highlight that there's an opportunity for commercial. I mean, it's something that we could look at in the future in terms of like education around our new zoning bylaw. But that is effectively what the new zoning bylaw did, was introduce more opportunities and to enable them to grow in an organic sense, right? But that doesn't mean every resident in Edmonton understands that. So I understand the confusion.
Good reminder. Do you have the list handy of what would be the permitted uses, the commercial uses?
Yep, food and drink services, health services, indoor sales and services, and offices.
So that could be barbershop?
That's right. Maximum floor area would be 300 square meters per individual establishments.
Could be an ice cream shop?
Yep, and there's further, could be ice cream, yes.
Could be a healthcare center?
could be a health service, which has its own very specific regulations as well, or a specific definition, but something like, mental health services or a dentist's office, right? Clinic type of things.
But it's all capped at essentially one floor, like 150 meters, is that correct?
300 square meters.
300 square meters.
Yeah.
So the whole building can't be the commercial use, just a portion of it.
Likely not, no. Do you mean can it be developed as an entirely commercial building? No.
Yes, yeah, that was my question. So if it's an RS, it can, the commercial can be this much, but if it's going up to RSM 12, it can be this much, like it scales, or it's the same?
They're the
amount of
same.
Commercial? Okay, so really the commercial is immaterial, that is there. What we are debating is what size of box is appropriate for this lot.
Exactly, that overall larger building. And I just want everybody to keep in mind, we've already had this conversation today at public hearing, but there is an intention sometimes that we hear about and we talk about, but we just need to remember that it's the RSM, it's the zone itself. This property could change hands a week from now, 2 years from now. It's those regulations that apply.
And thus, it doesn't have to be commercial either. It could be strictly residential.
And that could change depending on the landowner.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to ask some similar questions about the commercial component. So I'm just going back. I recall a discussion about this when we were doing zoning bylaw renewal, but I'm looking for the planning rationale for I'll call it like the incremental or organic growth of some of those local amenities and commercial opportunities. Was that the intention to sort of embed the adjacency piece?
Exactly, the abutting piece and the organic growth, that's kind of how we refer to it. And it's a way to naturally and incrementally get towards more mixed use in what is usually a residentially primary characteristic of a neighborhood, right? So it gets us that much closer to enabling community of communities where you're meeting your daily needs within 15 minutes of home.
Right, so if it was, and sorry if I didn't catch this, so if it was a few properties over where it wasn't actually abutting commercial use, the commercial component wouldn't.
That's correct, it's not triggered.
Yeah, got it, okay. And then I had a question about just the orientation of this site and what would be the expectations for I guess active frontage, just because it kind of faces onto an alley almost.
It faces a different street, yeah. Like you're wondering if there's requirements that might make it force it to face the alley or something?
In my mind, it kind of has two faces. Like there's the interior facing that's on the actual street, but then I would assume a lot of, traffic or people might be accessing it from the other side. And I was trying to get an orientation of the DC with the dentist office. Does that face onto?
It faces onto 122nd Street and keeps its back to the alley. So that it's the rear, the alley is treated as the rear. And the same as with the UF zone to the north for the church. Parking is off of the alley and the rear. So I think given the existing land use pattern, that is also how we consider it.
Okay, that's interesting. I appreciate the clarity. Any concerns about traffic volumes or patterns, just given some of the overlapping development and intensification we're seeing in and around this area?
No concerns specific to this site, but as one of the speakers mentioned about development activity east of 122 Street, there will be some upgrades happening to the intersection at 48th Avenue and 122.
Okay, great. I think that clarifies things for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions for our administration. Therefore, we'll move on to questions from members of council related to new information that's arisen during the public hearing. That can be to our speakers in favor, in opposition, or to administration. I'm not seeing anyone click on for questions of new information, so this would be an appropriate time for a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Jans, did you want to move closure of the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to close the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11 to 0. Is there someone willing to move first reading?
Yep, I'll move first reading.
Councillor Chance has moved first reading. Councillor Palmer, did you want to move
Second.
Yeah, second that. Anyone wishing to speak to first reading? Please click on if you would like to speak to the first reading. Otherwise, I will go to Councillor Jans for closing comments. Councillor Jans?
Close? Nobody else?
Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Salvador has clicked on. So, no, we've made it just in time. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Sure, yeah, no, I'll just be brief. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this one. Thank you to the speakers for coming out to share their perspectives. I appreciated the clarity that we were able to get about the commercial component. I think this is one of those instances where we have seen the intention of, I'll call it that incremental organic progression of commercial development enabled because of the adjacent property next door. So yeah, I think about how this area is evolving, the future residents that are going to be close by, just to the east of this site, to the north of this site, and having opportunities for walkable retail and commercial opportunities, whether that's, I think, an ice cream store was mentioned earlier, or health services, or whatever that ends up being. Having amenity-rich communities does add to the livability of our neighborhood. So I will be supporting this and appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans to close.
Yep, I too will be supporting this. I appreciate the clarification from administration on the rolling impacts of the commercial. I think that's something I need to understand a little bit better, but it's also quite exciting because I think there's a lot of opportunities in our city. I recently had a chance to meet with the owners of Kind Ice Cream Shop and was hearing about the revitalization that they've done to Ritchie, and it's hard to imagine the Ritchie neighborhood without that amenity, or same on 102nd Ave, or many other, like you look at Columbian Coffee in Park Allen and many of these other opportunities. And as the city's growing and as new families are moving in, having walkable commercial, walkable opportunities to shop, to play, to meet neighbors, to do those sorts of things is really, really exciting. I would love a nice coffee shop to sit at while my loved ones are at the dentist, and I would love to have more choices, more places where we can walk and bike and wheel closer to home. I certainly, the point is well taken about the traffic impacts and mitigations for the community there, and that's something I've committed to working with neighbors on regarding not just parking, but also as the area grows with West 240, Michener Park, the Lansdowne site, everything else, how to figure out how we can mitigate some of the challenging consequences that come with growth as well too. So it's it's part of the push and pull of city building, and I hope that we get something really exciting in this location.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11 to 0. Councillor Jans?
Second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
Consideration of third reading.
Oh, just hang on there. We're going to wait to see if the vote carries. It did, 11 to 0. And now, please go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote on consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11 to 0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21392.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11 to 0. Thank you very much. The next items are 313 and 314, which are the Heritage Valley Town Center item. Councillor Morgan, did you want a presentation on this?
Yes, please.
All right. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Heritage Valley Town Center neighborhood from the medium-scale residential zone with a height of approximately 6 stories to the mixed-use zone with a height of approximately 7 stories. Public engagement for this file included a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's webpage, and no responses were received. Next slide, please. The site is located along 32nd Avenue near the future Heritage Valley LRT station. There is a bus stop located on the site's northeastern corner and bus service along 32nd Avenue and 119A Street. This site is enclosed by the Heritage Valley District Park on the west and south, which currently includes one school and is intended to have another school and a recreation center in the future. Next slide, please. The proposed mixed-use zone is similar in size and scale to the existing medium-scale residential zone, but with a slight increase in maximum height and floor area ratio. The proposed zone sees a general decrease in setbacks and an increase in commercial and basic service uses. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the current urban mix designation as per the Southwest District Plan and falls within the Heritage Valley major node. Following district policy, mid-rise development is supported throughout major nodes. Next slide, please. An amendment to the Heritage Valley Town Center Neighborhood Area Structure Plan proposes to change the land use designation of the site from high-density residential to mixed-use LRT2 to facilitate the proposed rezoning. This mixed-use designation better aligns with the proposed mixed-use zone, allowing for residential, institutional, and increased retail and business. This amendment supports the NASP's objectives by supporting a transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly environment and increasing the opportunity for diverse land uses. Next slide, please. To manage increasing traffic and development in the Heritage Valley area developers are currently constructing the widening of Ellerslie Road from Graydon Hill Boulevard to the EcoStation access and the construction of Heritage Valley Trail from 141st Street to 32nd Avenue. Future subdivisions will be required to construct the priority arterial road improvements, including 28th Avenue from Heritage Valley Trail to 122nd Street, Heritage Valley Trail from 28th Avenue to Patterson Link, a second eastbound lane of 41st Avenue from Allard Gate to west of the highway, and the southbound double right turn on the highway and Ellerslie Road. Administration is working with area developers to plan for the completion of Heritage Valley Trail to Ellerslie Road. This map shows the future arterial road improvements as well as ongoing improvements that are already required with nearby subdivisions, along with expected completion dates where available. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this application because it aligns with the city plan by providing higher density and mixed-use development within a major node. In addition, it contributes to the vision of a pedestrian-friendly, transit-oriented, and urbanized mixed-use town center and is compatible in scale with existing and planned development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll first see our one speaker in favor was to answer questions only. Do you have questions for our applicants, Councillor Morgan?
Actually, just for the city at this point.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Any other questions for our applicants? Not seeing any. Let's go to questions of administration. Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I realize it's already high density here, but how many with this new rezoning? How many are we expecting to live in this development? How many people are we adding to this area?
So the current zone and the proposed zone are very similar in terms of what that would be. We assume the same density essentially. So in the plan, both designations would be 225 dwellings per hectare. That's about as detailed as I can give you. Obviously, it would come down to the size of the units, the number of bedrooms, all that kind of stuff in terms of estimating an actual population in the buildings.
Sure. Yeah, no, sounds good. And you know me, I'm always concerned about transportation in the Heritage Valley right now. So this road, it's fairly new. Do we have kind of a count on that road, 32 Ave at all for? Roadway?
Yes, the road got constructed in 2024, so fairly new with the opening of the school.
Okay. Do we have a count of vehicles through there on a daily basis?
On daily basis, we did hear a lot of complaints at the intersection close to the school site. Mm-hmm. An assessment was done last year, and it was identified that due to some roads that are incomplete and at the moment, there's a lot of pressure or traffic diverted through this road. The assessment also concluded that a signalized intersection is warranted, which will be part of 2027 work plan.
As part of this development or as part of something else?
It will be installed through the city design and implementation team, but it will be developer funded.
And okay, and sorry, where's that intersection? Which one? That 119?
Yes, 119.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Sounds good. So I'm getting lots of concerns and complaints about this congestion already on this road, which is a major arterial. And so to say that, and recently you may have heard that there was a child struck on crossing in front of that high school there. So are there any other traffic mitigation strategies for this location that are incorporated into this plan with this development, potentially bringing that much more people living there, working there, shopping there?
I can answer specific to 32 Avenue, and then we can also talk in the broader sense. Specific to 32 Avenue, safe mobility strategy will be adding some mitigation measures in terms of the speeding, and they will be expanding the no-stop zone, and some enforcement will be there as well. In the broader network perspective, as Andrew mentioned in his presentation, Allard Gate southbound left-hand movement that was critical. We brought forward ARA bylaw amendment last year in September, which basically allowed developers to fund that improvement along 41 Avenue.
Yeah, that's way over there, though. It's not really here, though, right?
It is 41 Avenue, which is next to, which is connecting Allard Collector, and overall, that's why I said it is more in the broader network perspective. Closer to Heritage Valley at the moment, the outstanding arterial is 28 Avenue completion. Part of it will be considered or completed through the development of a private school site that we approved last year, but there is still some land acquisition challenges to complete that roadway.
Sure, yeah, so I see on this map there's bus service there. I'm not aware of any bus routes that are regular bus routes through that 32 Ave. Which bus routes are we talking about?
I can double check. So 32 Avenue does have a school special, which that is the bus route at the moment.
Yeah, so not a regular service.
Not a regular service.
Okay,
correct.
cool. So it's safe to assume that to travel through that area, you need a vehicle at this point. I know we have future LRT planned, but you either have to have a vehicle or you're walking, correct?
It's a growing area. It comes over time.
Yeah, okay, so it sounds good. So traffic safety measures, we got you said some, a no stopping zone that's gonna be widened?
Correct.
And speed bumps, did you say?
Not the speed bumps, that's not, at least not to my knowledge, because this is already a 30K zone because of the school.
Okay.
So the speed is already
Okay,
limited.
I'll just stop you there. Is it possible to add anything to that? I'm just thinking about that kid that got struck there recently. And so is it possible is it possible that we can tie something in here?
Counselor, information that I got through that assessment was the enforcement piece as well. So definitely that will help.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I want to just pick up on the presentation and some of the line of questioning from Councillor Morgan. You know, it says, you know, as getting this information, not knowing this area very well, not being familiar with it, being on the north side, I would see this and say, oh, there's a bus route that currently exists on 32. But when I actually read in the mobility report, section of this report, it says a school bus special. That to me is not the same thing as an actual transit route. So is that what it is? And then it says in here that a conventional bus service will depend on demand and future funding.
So we can clarify that in presentations for sure. Point noted. Thanks, Councillor. I think the intent of context map is not only to show the existing service, but also the future. This will be a part of the bus service in future. When the roads are developed, the demand is there. As we are showing LRT as well, we have labeled that as future, so we can take back as a feedback.
Yeah, and I'm really struggling with this because I understand that the rezoning isn't substantively different. We already said high density, and now we're doing mixed use, though I do contend that some of the permissible uses are very different. But that's not here nor there with the mobility. But what I really struggle with is we're yes, making decisions for something that's going to be here for 50 years. So we want to look forward at what the mobility network will and could look like. But also, if we know that that will and could look like is decades out, is that fair to make that decision? Saying that there is a good that it is well connected to transportation.
Councillor, I can start there. I think when we're dealing with these neighbors, particularly ones where we're dealing with a major node in a suburban context, I think it's well understood that a lot of these things are a little ways away. But it is important to do the planning and the zoning for buildings that are going to align well with that LRT station. I think if we were not to do that, if we were to support land uses here that were less intense, that were single-family homes right near an LRT station, for example, then we'd have the opposite problem when that LRT came in. It would be under-densified around there, and that's probably a situation to avoid.
Totally, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is as we're doing these rezonings, and like I see, for example, that there'll be an access management guideline for this parcel, correct? That will be probably guiding the development permit stage?
It will be primarily looking at the site layout and where access can be provided.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm struggling with is, do our current policies allow for what we know might be mitigation measures that are needed as we have that stopgap between building the more dense, in understanding that it is going to be future focused near an LRT, but in like probably the 20-year time horizon, there might be some real traffic issues that we need to mitigate? And what role does the development, do we consider that in like traffic management and rezoning and those kind of things?
So exactly what I was mentioning to the questions earlier, that signal is imminent in that at the intersection, which this subject site will be relying on. In a perfect world, if we were able to resolve the land acquisition issue and had that arterial constructed, that signal may not have been needed because the traffic would be using arterial rather than collector road. So this can be looked at as a stopgap solution, as you're alluding to.
Okay, perfect. That helps clarify. And then just a really silly question, because like again, not so familiar. What do the white dashes mean on that map in your presentation? Because you had the black, which was like future, then you had blue, which is depending on the ARA, and then you had white dashes that didn't have anything in the...
So that's very long term. It is a bridge crossing that is identified in a long-term regional plan. So that's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe those are the questions for our administration, but now's our opportunity yet to ask questions of new information. And so I think there might be questions to our applicant. Please come on down. I think Councillor Morgan has questions for you. Please, you can go to the podium if you want, or sit, whichever you prefer. It's no big deal since there's only one of you today for this. Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Yeah, just given what, given what I'm hearing and just like the concerns around traffic safety in that area, and again, I'm just stuck on this pulling at the heartstrings a little bit, but the kid that got struck there and the thing, is there any possibilities of including in your development a crossing or speed bumps or something like that we could include in this?
Yeah, sure. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. So the To the technical circulation, there were several comments about the infrastructure that needs to go ahead, as the administration was explaining. So the applicant has already confirmed that he agrees with all the responsibilities to put forward on this, and this will come to development permit application conditions, right? But right now, we're fully aware of what the shortcomings are and what are the deficiencies and what has to be done, right? What I'd like to clarify a little bit more is, and I appreciate the Councilor Wood for a comment on the area itself. So Heritage Valley is composed of 14 neighborhoods. This is the core. So it's supposed to be developed in 30 to 40 years. We're approaching 30 years on that development. And supposed to have 93,000 people, give or take. The town center is 12,000 people. There's nobody there yet. That is coming now. So we are at maybe half of that population now, 50,000 people. So we do have a certain deficit in infrastructure that it needs to happen. But I think the life is going on as it's supposed to be. People are moving there. Developers are following the plans and applying for rezonings and development permits as the vision was proposed by previous councillors on this area. So things are moving accordingly. Infrastructure falls behind a bit on that timeline. That's what happens. Yeah. But anything that this development can contribute to this in the future, being beside a school, like I have to be careful because I live in the area also. So I'm wearing two hats here. So the developer is willing to do everything that he can. He's very aware of being right beside the school, the safety pedestrian to the parents and students. But it's also, there's a capital plan long-term the administration is explaining that is ongoing and is moving forward according to the timelines that are proposed.
Okay, so I guess I'll rephrase it then. Is there a way during the development stage or the next stage to work with the administration to get some further traffic safety measures in place in that area?
Yeah, so in terms of the unit mix, you say?
Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't understand the last part of the question.
In that area, on that street in particular, as I said, I'm just thinking about kids traveling back and forth. I'm thinking about a lot of traffic through that area. I'm thinking about increased traffic through that area and in the short term without proper transit in place right now.
Yeah, and that's a fair question. So as was pointed out also, this is a long-term LRT, planned LRT station. So the developer has to abide by the maximum parking zone, but there's no transit yet, there's no LRT per se. Mm-hmm. So he will abide by the rules and provide the safety around the site that is necessary to future residents. It's going to be a full mixed-use complex. It's a 1.3 hectare site, so it has to be like internal circulation for pedestrian, for vehicles, commercial patrons, future residents. So within the site and outside the site, he will provide the safety measures that will be imposed through development permit conditions and development agreement.
Okay.
Does that address what you're looking for? Because we can't predetermine what those safety measures could be unless you have a development permit application.
Okay.
So then administration, transportation, they will have like a better evaluation criteria on what is being proposed and how we can respond to any potential safety issues.
How do I stop a kid from getting hit by a car? Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
That's starting to get, I appreciate, traffic is an important question, but we are sort of in the land use, but thank you, Councilor Morgan. I see no further questions. Take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Stevenson.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Take a motion for first reading of the bylaw.
So moved.
Second.
And that's for both 313 and 314, moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Wright. Anyone wishing to speak to it? No? Okay. No, I don't see anyone on the board. I've checked with the ward councillor, so we're good. Any closing comments, Councillor Stevenson? No? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21394 and bylaw 21395.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Next items are 315, 16, and 17. Councillor Stevenson, do you need a presentation?
I do not need a presentation.
Okay. Does anyone else on council need a presentation? No, not hearing any. Let's move to see any questions for the speakers in favor. Council?
Yes.
Okay, so that is Kyle Miller and Warren Olis. Do we have them either virtually or remote? Kyle is remote, I see.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Hi.
and Warren is also remote. Yeah, so you've got both. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead with questions.
Lovely. Well, thank you both so much and appreciate your patience bearing with us through this public hearing. I just want to pick up on the question of the construction of the Collector Road. So I'm understanding that's very essential for overall neighborhood connectivity. Just wanted to confirm with you that, a cost share agreement is something that you are open to and contemplating?
Councillor, are you referring to the Collector Road through the adjacent or through one of the adjacent reserve parcels?
Yes, that's correct. The report references that the city would be pursuing a cost share agreement with you.
Yes, Councillor, I can confirm that that's something that we are discussing with subdivision planning, and Mr. Ollis can perhaps comment further on that.
Yeah, hi. Appreciate the question. It is something that we are still ongoing. It is a little bit of a different cost share negotiation as it is through city land and not another private developer. So it's one that we're not typically used to having these conversations on in this context. Definitely get the need, the want in terms of the full connectivity, but the terms of the mechanisms and the cost sharing are a little not as straightforward as it would be a private to private, just given the designation of this being a park site. So there's still more conversations being had.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just, recognizing the city's fiscal position, what would, and I have questions for administration about how we budget for this on our side, but if we were not able to find a funding source for this, what would be your steps?
Well, I mean, for our application in terms of our development to the south, we do need to put some utilities through that to connect to the north piece through this park site. But in terms of the actual connection in our standalone stage, the full build out of that collector road is not required specifically for ours, but we get the broader context of how it helps the community, but it wouldn't be specifically required from ours, is from, in my opinion, and in terms of our, talking with our planning consultant, Kyle, as well.
Oh, okay, I see. So there's potential. Are there other parties in the area that are more dependent on this collector that we should also be approaching for a cost share?
I think that would be better asked for admin. In terms of boundarying, the developer to the north is done. They're out. We're the only one to the south. So in terms of ones that are adjacent to this property, we are the only remaining developer, I would say.
Okay, you're the only remaining developer, but you're not feeling that this collector is absolutely essential for you to continue developing.
In terms of our specific piece to the south, we meet all access requirements and everything. We would still be able to, by putting the utilities through the site, we would still be obligated in terms of a gravel road for emergency access to the parcel to the north. So although we feel we do understand the greater context of this, typically if this was another private landowner, there would be reimbursement mechanisms, whether through boundary payments or cost share agreements, where they would still be burdened with 100% of that cost, and we'd have no problem fronting that and being reimbursed. But it does add complexities knowing that this is city owned and the budgeting constraints, and also that this serves both the previous developer as well as our developer in the neighborhood as a whole, and the other developer was not requested to put into any of these negotiations as well. So it's kind of a one-off that it's my first time experience this and that we're going through. So I'm hoping I'm giving enough detail on that, with still learning as I go through this one.
Okay, well, appreciate that. Appreciate your openness to continuing those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you for being here. I'm looking at page 22 of the planning report, and just looking at this NSP map where it's circled amendment area. And I just want to confirm, so the road we're talking about is through that green piece of park space, which is a city property. But right below it, where there is like the orange street-oriented residential, the light yellow low-density residential, those are your property, correct?
I'll have Kyle confirm, just because I am on my cell phone here, and I can't see the
is-
report. So Kyle, if you could please.
The figures in Appendix 7, Councillor Tang, that is correct. Our client, Brookfield, is the owner of the parcel immediately south of the green park space.
Okay, and I guess, your property does come up right against the park, where the road, does have access to it, and it looks like a pretty critical one. So I just wanted to kind of, based on your answer to Councillor Stevenson, I just wanted to kind of look at it visually. But you're saying that's not entirely critical to your access, but it will certainly benefit.
Yes, Councillor. We would benefit to an extent from the access to the north through the park site. However, we can provide sufficient primary access to 91st Street to the east from our parcel.
Right. But that additional access might be attractive, say, for potential homeowners, because given the proximity to the park.
Yes, absolutely. And as Mr. Ellis noted, we do agree with that holistically. We're just concerned about the cost being incurred by the developer here.
Right, and because I think this is sort of the one thing that kind of stood out in this application. I guess what would you do if this does become a condition? Should this be approved?
I think it's something that we can consider or continue conversations with administration on the subdivision application. And that would be the appropriate time to resolve the issue.
Okay. Okay. I'll have. I guess I'll have some. Oh, I guess just one more question. There was a. Was there a? Oh, shoot. I'm losing this e-scribe is kind of. Is there any? Can you talk about a school site at all as part of this?
Yeah, so if you're looking at Appendix 7, there's a PK to 9 school that is further east of the natural area wetland, and that is included as part of the rezoning application that is associated with this land development application, Councillor.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll have some questions to administration. Thank you for being here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's no further questions for our speakers in favor. There were no speakers opposed. We'll go to questions of administration. I'll actually go to, if it's okay, the ward councillor to start, Councillor Tang, and then please go ahead, Councillor Tang, if you have questions for me. I think you said you did.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, can administration comment on the discussion? You know, cost sharing isn't unusual, but why, you know, is this unusual in this case? You know, are there other examples in the past?
Councillor, the situation here where we have the collector road going through land where the city is the owner on both sides is fairly unique. So as was mentioned, this is something that's kind of being worked through for a lot of people for the first time. We are in those discussions. We've heard a willingness today to continue those, and we will do that from the administration side as well.
Okay, and then just in terms of the comment earlier about the developer to the north side is out, why are they out? Did we approach them with cost sharing?
Councillor, these are, the cost sharing issue is determined at the subdivision stage and will be determined through the negotiation process of that portion of the development process. We're here today to ask for the zoning and the appropriateness of the land uses that are being proposed.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that. I understand it's a sticking point, and so I'm just trying to get some answers about, you know, requiring developers that do abut the city land to contribute, which I don't think is unreasonable, but I think there is some precedent setting here. Sounds like it's the first time different parties have worked on this. So I guess I'm just looking for some clarity.
Yes, it is unique, but it's a process that we will be negotiating through the subdivision process, and whatever we land on will be conditioned as part of subdivision and discussed through that.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what if it doesn't work out at that level? Then what is the onus on the city?
Councillor, I think if there is no scenario that is successful in a cost sharing, then at some point it would be there would have to be a funding package, and the city would have to eventually pay for it.
Okay, I will leave there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Well, maybe just picking up on that, and again, I think we are within the realm of relevant land use considerations.
Yep, I think so. But I think it's important to remember that there is an alternate process that deals with this. There is MGA requirements. It has to be necessary to service the development. There's an appeal process, so on and so forth. So just being mindful that there is a process that takes care of this, but I understand connectivity is an important part.
Yeah, and so I think I'm just trying to understand in approving this rezoning, do we come liable for the road upgrades?
I don't know if liable is the correct term, but if it's a road that is necessary and the city needs it, I don't believe, and my colleagues can speak to it, but I don't know that there's other opportunity for us to get it from outside parties. So if the city desires it, then it may be responsible for the financial impact of it.
And Councillor, the road is part of the NSP. So it is there, it is expected to be there to service the land uses that are adjacent to it. How we get the road is determined later on.
Yeah, and I think it's just thinking through, again, if that road is necessary for the neighborhood to be viable, and if it's not realistic that we could fund that road for another decade or two, is it appropriate for us to move forward with this land use decision at this time?
We have the necessary processes in place to get the road one way or another, whether it's through a cost sharing agreement or other means.
Would the other means be a service package to council?
Yes.
So what obligation do we have to say yes to that service package if it comes forward to us, if we're approving this land use?
The road is already in a statutory plan, so the road is already necessary.
So Councillor, just to add here, we are kind of straddling two processes, and one of them, there's a possibility, or it's not a possibility, there's a route through the other process. The subdivision process is an appeal. So we just have to be mindful just in terms of the language and the verbiage that we're providing council right now, just around the need of the road. As the team has said, the road is a requirement of the NSP, and we'll be seeking to get the road through the appropriate process through the subdivision, the cost share agreement, et cetera, and those discussions will advance through that. And that is where we see a conclusion of this process, just in terms of getting that road.
And if I may add, from the network perspective, as you were asking earlier, in order to serve the lands that are in front of us for zoning, they will be served through 91 Street and 41 Avenue as well. And there are requirements for those lands to upgrade those roadways. So in a way, this is still a process towards getting more infrastructure through the development process, through the subdivisions. If there is no rezoning, there is no subdivision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think maybe I'll leave that question there for now and just reflect a bit further on it. I just also wanted to consider the western boundary with the Ellerslie Industrial, again, recognizing we have a desire to develop our industrial lands. I appreciate there's a 20-meter buffer. Just wondering if that's adequate to ensure that we're not sterilizing some of that industrial land from future development.
So the concern is that the industrial land would be limited because of the proximity to residential. At this time, the 20 meters is considered sufficient.
Okay, so that
for the type of industrial that would be anticipated.
Okay, so we're not anticipating, because I think there's some industrial activity that's, I think it's like a kilometer buffer. We wouldn't be contemplating anything like that in this area?
No, there would be nothing that would propose a significant risk issue.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Wright, do you have 5 minutes of questions or 2? Councillor Jans, do you have 2 minutes of questions? Can you go, if you've got 5, please go ahead. We need to maximize our time.
Yeah, thanks. Just looking at page 9 about mobility, there's insufficient transit service, wondering what the plan is. Like, where are we going to remove transit service to provide transit service here?
I hope we don't remove, rather expand. Councillor, I believe there has been some discussions with ETS in terms of expanding. There is a ETS transit garage that got approved last year. In terms of serving this area, currently there are 2 lines that are serving the northern part of this neighborhood. With the expansion to the south, that routing will be reassessed and as much as expanded to the southern portion efficiently as possible.
But we don't have enough buses. This is 1.6 kilometers away from the current 521 route. And that means a lot more just driving just to get to the destination before you even pick up a passenger. So I'm really worried about there's insufficient transit available and we only have so many hours of service. And if we're adding hours of service to this area, we're going to have to take them away from somewhere else because we don't have enough buses. So I'll look around the table, which one of us is going to give up hours of service of our bus to serve this area?
So maybe if I can clarify that point. So currently this neighborhood to the north, which is developed, is serviced through the standard bus service. As part of the work plan, ETS review all the routing twice a year. And what they look at is what additional developments are coming on board and where the demand has changed. Looking at the neighborhood level service, they have ability to use the collector routes to the south into this area when those collectors are available to reroute the buses. It will impact the overall routing, and so that could be more like a stopgap solution rather than an entirely new route.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Yep, we're at 3:30. We're on recess until 3:45. Thank you very much. I'll just check with those that were. You're back now?
Hello.
Hello, yep, Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello, and Councillor I can't remember if Councillor Paquette, were you online or in person? I can't remember anymore.
He's in the back.
Was he here? Yeah, it's like he was here. I don't. He wasn't here for. I never know with Councillor Paquette. He's in my mind far too much. Councillor Wright, questions, please go ahead.
Oh, already. Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay, so this is the last time that council will see something related to this, and we're, I guess, accountable to Edmontonians. So the only other time that we would see something back to council for approval would be an unfunded service package if something can be worked out with the proponent, right?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it depends on what happens with discussions with the applicant. Either way, I think the cost sharing would still be, at the best, it would be 50% for the city. So there'd have to be some sort of commitment from the city.
So I know this is land use, but if it is going to create a financial obligation for the city, can we take that into account in making our decision?
I'd be very careful about that, Councillor. I certainly wouldn't put a ton of weight on it because there is another legal mechanism, right? That's the legal mechanism in order to obtain this type of infrastructure. And so I'd be careful going too deep into that territory. I think, do we need a road there? Like, what's the circulation in this area? So on and so forth is all relevant. But who pays for it? There's a mechanism in the MGA for that already.
Okay, and this is a collector road that we're talking about. It's not an arterial.
Correct.
So with the arterials, who's ever responsible, it comes down to the arterial has to be completed when the catchment is like 100% complete, right? So is there any guideline like that a collector road has to be completed at a certain point in time?
So the guideline is primarily with the subdivision. Collectors are conditioned as part of the subdivision approval, and that's how that's the mechanism available.
So I don't know, like, do we have to sort of temper the expectations of those that are looking to purchase a home in the area that the road might not be built as quickly as they would anticipate?
The homes can't be built unless the subdivision's approved. So, Councillor, there's nothing that, in terms of the zoning or the land use, the road is going to be there no matter what. So in terms of the zoning, any kind of zoning that we bring forward, the road still needs to be there, and that road and who pays for it would be negotiated through subdivision. So there's no new information that we can necessarily provide from a land use zoning perspective that changes the outcome of the road.
But for the outcome for the road to actually be constructed comes
in terms of who
down.
pays for the road, it doesn't matter what zoning is attached to, like, abutting that road. It doesn't matter. That road still has to be paid for in some way. The mechanism to determine that is that subdivision.
And that subdivision is done by the development officer, not...
The subdivision authority.
Okay. But not by council.
Council has delegated that authority to the subdivision authority.
And the subdivision authority has the authority to determine who pays for it.
And if they don't like it, it can be appealed.
And I see Jesse.
Yeah, so the subdivision authority has the capacity to put on conditions onto any subdivision application for the construction of a road necessary to service the development. If the applicants disagree with that assessment, there is an appeal mechanism, as you've heard, right,
Yeah.
through the SDAB, and that's where that matter would get settled.
Okay, And there's no way that we can condition this land use with something to say, no. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions. Anyone, any member of council have any questions related to new information related to the public hearing? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I guess just on some of the pieces the administration has highlighted around, do we need this road? And I'm hearing you say, yes, we need it because it's in the NSP. That was approved. People have expectations. Therefore, we absolutely need it. And so far, the only mechanism to resolve this issue is through subdivision. But could another mechanism, I guess I'm just wondering, is for the city to rezone or to submit an application around the NSP amendment to remove that? I guess I'm just also wondering if you can offer a bit of commentary on like when you say we really need this road as required by the NSP, if you can expand on that a bit.
So maybe I can start with a bit of the legal sort of context of this and then pass it over to my friends in administration. But so from an NSP perspective, anything sort of capital improvements in a statutory plan are not legally required to be built by the municipality or by anybody. It's not necessarily a commitment by the municipality to build the road, I should say. Let me walk that back. The municipality is not required to do it. There may be an expectation, and to your point, any amendment can come forward to amend that statutory plan. It can be brought forward by the city. It can be brought forward by another proponent for council to consider to remove that road. But I'll sort of pass it along to administration if they have any other comment on that.
I think this is a unique situation. It's also a situation that we're very aware of avoiding in the future. So I think that our recommendation is that we have a mechanism where we can address this at later stages if this is approved, and we're recommending approval. But I would also like to reassure council that this is not a situation that we intend to duplicate. We've had some authorization of some new plans recently, and this is very much on our radar to make sure we don't create this kind of situation through the neighborhood planning in other situations. Theoretically, this plan could be amended to adjust the orientation of the road and the land uses in the park and everything. That would be a substantial undertaking, but that would be the mechanism to go down.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's a substantial undertaking and like it's resource intensive, as would be a service package, right? Like, but anyways, I not contemplating that as part of my consideration, but I just wanted to, but I appreciate the commentary there. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to close public hearing on this.
Thank you. Take that motion. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes?
Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang?
I'll do first reading for item 315, 316, and 317.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Very briefly, I am going to be supporting this rezoning because I think this is the wrong stage of our planning process to be changing course. But for me, this really highlights the challenges of not having the full upfront capital costs available to us when we're making higher order planning decisions. I think it will be extremely hard to say no to a funding package that comes forward for this road. But it's going to be very hard to say yes, given the number of unfunded arterial road improvements, let alone many other infrastructure pieces in our city. So this is the challenge of, the economical and orderly development of our city. And I look forward to strengthening our processes for that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I will support it from a land use perspective. But again, I think there's maybe some internal processes that need to be flushed out, and so that, as Councillor Stevenson said, we have tons of arterials and others that have not been completed, and I don't think the process that we've been using to date is very transparent for Edmontonians, but from a land use perspective, I have to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
I have concerns as well about service level cuts and dilution of services from other areas, especially when we have a fixed number of buses and fixed number of certain services. Our capital plan said we are not going to have money to build rec centers or other amenities for the next decade. I think we need to pay attention to the billions of dollars in capital left. So, yeah, we're got to change course.
Thank you. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, great. Thank you for the discussion. You know, I know this was sort of a one line in the planning report, but I'm glad we were able to tease that out and continue to have the fulsome conversation around municipal infrastructure versus in future growth areas. I think as a whole, I think this application is very comprehensive. There's a lot of different pieces to it. Not too dissimilar from past rezoning for the Orchards and Ellerslie area, as the neighborhood continue to be built out. And I think that's what we want for these neighborhoods to see housing, to see amenities, to see commercial, to see public spaces and green spaces. And I think it's been very interesting for the last 2 days when we talk about infrastructure in future growth areas. And this is sort of a kind of a bit of a one-off example, but is really part of the challenge that we've been grappling with. And I agree, if this doesn't get resolved through the other subdivision mechanism we're talking about, council will be faced with some really difficult decision. And I have been harping on Arterial Road in my ward for a long time, and I know if comes forward, which ones I will prioritize. But I think the challenge is that one particular sticking point, I think, because it can be resolved through other mechanisms and not appropriate at this time, I think that's not enough to vote against this. And I encourage my colleagues to support this as we continue to move forward and having some of those broader city planning conversations. I think I agree with my colleagues. There's some internal pieces that we need to work out. I appreciate the assurance from administration around this might be the last that we're going to be talking about this type of conflict. And I think I need to see whether through reports or memos or discussions, what that would really look like meaningfully. Thank you, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
I'll move second reading of the 3 bylaws.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
Consideration for third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
I'll move the final reading for bylaws 21375, 21376, and 21377.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on third and final reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. The next items of business are 318 and 319. I think at least I'm just going to confirm our speakers here. We have, let's see, Marshall Hundert is here in person to answer questions only. Katrina Maximchuk, I think I saw join online. Katrina, you were here?
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Marcin Morzowitz? Marcin? Just according to, no? Amy Haywood? Okay, well, we'll start with our presentation. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. This application seeks to expand the Concordia University of Edmonton campus along 73rd Street and enhance the pedestrian connection to the neighborhood. The application has two components, a rezoning from the Parks and Services Zone to the Urban Institution Zone, and an amendment to the North Central District Plan. The UI zone and the proposed amendments to it would accommodate the existing parking lot on site while allowing for future redevelopment opportunities that integrate with the campus while still providing an appropriate transition to the adjacent Virginia Park Elementary School. No feedback was received through public engagement. Next slide, please. The site is located along the western boundary of the campus where 73rd Street transitions to an existing surface parking lot. It is part of a pedestrian corridor that connects the campus to transit opportunities along 112th Street. The corridor has been partially upgraded with a new sidewalk, and forthcoming improvements include tree planting and boulevard improvements that separate the elementary school grounds from the street. The proposed UI zone will accommodate these upgrades and also require a large 12.5 meter setback for any commercial or residential uses that may be developed on the site adjacent to the school. Next slide, please. The city plan looks to support existing institutional areas and education campuses. By facilitating operations of the university campus, this proposal will help contribute to the big city move a community of communities through the development of post-secondary schools. Furthermore, the upgrades to the pedestrian realm along 73rd Street enhance connectivity between the campus and surrounding neighborhood. Maps in the North Central District Plan would be amended to reflect this change if approved. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it supports an existing education campus and aligns with the city plan's direction to provide safe, comfortable, and direct active transportation connection between neighborhoods, community facilities, and schools. Thank you.
Thank you. First, we'll go to speakers in favor. Does anyone have any questions for our speakers in favor? Please come down, Marshall. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes. And
Great. Hi, thank you so much for being with us, and I appreciate your patience as we waited for this item. So just a few questions. I read in the report that the intent is to maintain the surface parking lot for the immediate term. Is that correct? Can you just expand a little bit on the intention there?
So this parking lot has existed.
And sorry, can you just speak a little bit closer into your mic?
Sorry about that. This is a parking lot that Concordia has leased from the Public School Board for, I believe, about 24 years, I'm aware of. Recently, an opportunity came up for Concordia to purchase what the school board considered to be surplus land. So there is a purchase agreement in place between the school board.
sorry, just a second. I just appreciate that we're having a little conversation there. If I could ask anyone that needs to have a conversation, if you can head up to the back, our security and clerks can help answer questions, but we're in the middle of a public hearing right now. So if you have questions, please make sure those are done while we're letting other folks answer questions. Thank you. Please go ahead. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure we can all hear you clearly on that. Thank you.
As I mentioned, this is an existing parking lot that's been serving staff and students of Concordia for at least since 2002 that I'm aware of, so something in the order of 23, 24 years. It has been leased from the school board for parking. The school board declared it surplus a few years ago. Opportunity came up, and Concordia has now entered into a purchase agreement to buy that land and continue to use it, at least for the foreseeable future, as surface parking. They have no plans to develop it in the short term, but it is being brought into the larger campus. It will be consolidated as a condition of the sale. We will consolidate this parcel with the broader university campus.
Okay, that's helpful context for me to understand. And then just in terms of any future or potential expansion, my understanding is that sort of the boundary between Concordia and the school can't really be extended further. Like there's not going to be an intention or opportunity to further expand into the schoolyard or into the field, correct?
There isn't really any other land opportunities that we're aware of. This one came up, there's already existing use with supporting parking, but I don't think we've seen any other land pieces that are available. They're all occupied homes, pretty much.
Yeah, okay. And obviously, and I'll direct this to administration as well, but wanted to hear your thoughts. Obviously, conversations were had between Concordia and the school board itself. Were there also conversations between like the school and the staff and folks who work there?
I wouldn't know about that. I mean, if they were a tenant, presumably of the public school board, that would be between them. We didn't have any direct conversations. We have had, by way of the rezoning and the plan amendment, there's been notices sent by administration. I think 150 were sent out. There were no comments received during that. There has been a portal up and available, and our sign has been on site, the information sign, since July, and I or the applicant haven't received any questions. So we haven't had any direct face-to-face contact other than the notices, and I'm not aware of any direct contact with anybody who might be employed or working in the school.
Okay. And recognizing that even though the intention isn't for it to transition to anything but parking in the immediate term, baked into the zone is, I believe it's a 12.5 meter setback, so that any building would be pushed kind of away from the school building. Is that correct?
Right, just to recognize the existing school building. There's been an increased setback from 3 meters as it exists today to 12.5 meters. If any development, a building, not the surface parking lot, but a development took place, it would have to abide by that regulation.
Okay.
But if you look at the configuration of this parcel, it kind of sticks out a little bit. It isn't really conducive to a continuation, pardon me, of any of the buildings on site. It's you know, it doesn't look like a site that can be readily expanded or a building put on. It's really intent is for parking, to continue that use.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for our speakers in favor. Next, we'll move to our speakers in opposition. And we'll go to Katrina Maximchuk first. You'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As mentioned, my name is Katrina Maximchuk, and I'm a resident of Virginia Park. I'm also a parent to students at the neighboring Virginia Park Public School. I'm here to speak in opposition, as already mentioned, to the proposed rezoning in our neighborhood. I will begin with what I believe to be the insincere public consultation process undertaken by city administration. The report presented suggests that public engagement processes have been thorough and no concerns have been received. However, Bellevue Community League recently held a civics meeting to discuss Expo Lands redevelopment. No members of that committee or individuals in attendance were aware of the proposed rezoning before council. The City of Edmonton staff that attended as liaison was also unaware of Concordia's proposed plans. When asked why Concordia didn't expand into the Expo lands, my understanding is that they were given the option to, though they declined. I reached out to the principal at Virginia Park School, who was also unaware of the pending changes. This led me then to reach out to our current school board trustee. Trustee Anderson has only been recently voted into her role. Prior to that, Ward D was a vacant seat. We did not have a direct representative. It was being covered by an additional EPSB trustee. And given the timelines outlined in the report presented, city administration probably notified the school board and district during the summer, at which time most folks are off on holiday. I did ask Trustee Anderson if the school board had been approached for feedback regarding to the proposed changes, to which she replied no, and that as far as anyone could tell, there were no engagement requests at the division or board in July. Lastly, I'd also like to draw your attention to the sign that was posted on 73rd Street that was made in reference to earlier. From the map in the presentations, it might be hard to tell, but 73rd Street doesn't actually run through the neighborhood. It's segmented into two distinct pieces, one that leads into the Concordia campus and parking lots, a break for that parking lot with no thoroughfare into the neighborhood, and then 73rd Street, which runs in the Virginia Park neighborhood. If the intent was to gain feedback from the community, then why was a sign posted on the portion of 73rd Street that faced the sidewalk and the Concordia soccer field, which is only utilized by Concordia students? Even the last mail out that we received informing students of the proposed change, or informing residents of the proposed changes, was handed out just before winter holiday break. And we did send an email voicing opposition and asking some questions of city administration, but it wasn't responded back to. So despite the boxes being checked for this engagement, I believe that the eyes that were meant to see it just didn't have the opportunity to do so. There's already sidewalks on either side of 73rd Street for Concordia student use. They made reference to planting trees. There are already trees planted along that portion of the road. I don't see how the creation of a pedestrian corridor in any way would change the 1 block walk between the new student residence and the school buildings. This has more to do with an observed willingness of city administration to approve proposed changes in zoning. Why ask for an amendment when no plans for a building are presented? The proposed zoning allows for a building up to 5 stories tall, which far exceeds any height of any other building on Concordia's campus, regardless of the proposed additional setback. It is my belief that if approved, it's only going to be a matter of time before the case is made that more university land should be expanded into the Virginia Park school zone. It'll be suggested at some point that the green space is being underutilized by the school and that Concordia can make better use of it. In conclusion, I implore members of City Council to hold Concordia to its current footprint and zoning and to deny the proposed request for rezoning. Virginia Park is a neighborhood undergoing a renewal with many young families moving in and sending their kids to the neighboring school. We're an established community, not an ever-expanding university campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll check to see if we have our other speakers. Is Marcin Mrozowitz online? No? And how about Amy Haywood? I don't see either of them, so we'll move to questions of our speakers in opposition. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Katrina. Thank you so much for being with us today. Really appreciate that. And wanted to dig into a few of the points that you raised. Maybe I'll start with your concerns about just the notice or public consultation process. Actually, I want to start with just the sign placement, just so I understand exactly what you're describing. So when I'm looking at a map here, the sign was placed on what side of 73rd?
So that's kind of difficult to describe, but there's the Virginia Park field.
Yep.
And then the 73rd Street piece that leads into the bus loop that's outlined with the dotted lines on that blue. It's on that track. It's not in the neighborhood. It was sort of the Concordia use side of 73rd Street.
I see what you mean. Okay. So I'll ask about just the placement of that signage to our city staff as well. And then you'd also shared that when you reached out to the school board, they said that they hadn't received notification.
So I did speak to my trustee. So Trustee Anderson is new to her role and was only recently elected in the municipal elections. She was unaware of any notice or amendment to zoning, and it was a quick turnaround. We had anticipated speaking on Monday, but as far as anybody could tell, there was no mention of a request for engagement or an awareness of this proposed rezoning from the district.
Okay, so I'll ask about the timing of that. And then, I wanted to get your thoughts. I'm sure you probably heard the questions I was asking to the applicant just about the intended use of the site, and it sounds like the intention is to keep it as parking. What are your thoughts about some of the constraints and buffers that are in place to make sure that that building isn't kind of pushing right up against the school or pushing right up against the schoolyard? Do you feel that provides, I guess, some adequate room?
I would say it's just curious to me as to why this rezoning would be proposed in the first place without a plan or intention. Like if it's to be part of the Concordia map, then why ask for the specific change to it? I think 12 meter, but then again, like how much of that space is going to be usable? As mentioned, it's not necessarily a spot conducive to a building. And then I'd also be concerned about access, as you're well aware of. Having a university campus in a neighborhood presents its own challenges. What would that look like? How would people be getting to that space? What would that mean for the school and the folks who have their homes on 73rd Street as well?
Right. Yeah, no, I definitely am aware of those concerns. The other point of clarification I was seeking, it sounds like you were in attendance at an exhibition lands planning related meeting or conversation with the Bellevue Community League, and I just wanted to understand, so it was planning staff from that team that weren't aware of the rezoning? Did I get that right?
That's correct. It wasn't myself. My husband belongs to the Bellevue Community League Board of Directors, and he was in attendance and asked the question, having had received that notification in our mail towards the end of December.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that provides clarity on my end. Just when it comes to the buffer up 73rd, it sounds like a sidewalk has already been improved there. It sounds like the intention is just to add some trees and additional boulevard space. Is that your understanding?
Very interesting. The trees are already there, and I don't recall when they've been planted. They seem quite mature to me, at the very least within the last 5 years. So trees are already on like the Virginia Park Field side of 73rd Street, as is a sidewalk.
Okay, I'll clarify that as well. But coming back to some of your main concerns, the engagement piece, but also just making sure that there isn't, I guess, the risk that Concordia is expanding further into the schoolyard, into the green space, and further encroaching into that valuable area for the school and the community.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you for summarizing.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Actually, do you mind taking the chair? Because I think Councillor
Sure,
Jans
I have the chair.
So yeah, just maybe to follow up, and maybe I missed it, but like this particular parcel is already owned by Concordia, which is why I think we're having this conversation. But they don't own any of the other green space. That's all school board land, from what I understand, right? So like I think I understand the fear of like potential encroachment, but they don't actually own further green space there, correct? Like the school site, all that green space around the school site is school board land.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the only way, I'm just trying to make sure I sort of take this through, but they because it's school board land, the school board would have to dispose of land if there was ever going to be an attempt at trying to do more than that, and that would go through school. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, because I think you're right. Like looking at the site, the existing parcel of land, I'm not sure with the setback requirement how you would even have a usable building. So I hear your concern. I'm wanting to make sure I'm sort of playing through the whole piece. I feel like they'd be more likely to develop on the other side of the street where they have that. So okay, this is good. I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I'll take back the chair.
Returned.
Thank you. I see no other questions for our speakers in opposition. We'll move to questions of our administration. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Thank you. So to administration, following up on some of the questions that were raised by our speaker, when it comes to the consultation process that occurred, walk me through how the school board was involved in this conversation.
Sure, Councillor. So the Concordia and the school board have obviously had their discussions. The Concordia leases land. The school board in 2023 declared that this little portion was surplus to them. In terms of the processing of this application, we do circulate to the school boards because of the proximity. They replied and supported this in terms of the land use change to facilitate the transfer of the land to Concordia.
Okay, so we did receive a reply from them and they were in support.
Correct.
Okay, what was the timing of that? I'm just trying to square the gap. It might have been like before the most recent election, so maybe there was some change there in representation?
It likely was in late summer last year.
Okay, so it would have been under the previous board. When it comes to the viability of development on this parcel, it seems very tight with the required setbacks. I guess I'm just thinking through the question that was posed about why ask for a change if it's not really conducive to a building, and if the intention is to remain as service. Do you have any information you can share on that front? Is it a matter of kind of consistent zoning across the site? My understanding is that the existing zoning for the other buildings is urban institutional existing, right?
That's correct, yeah. So I think there's a portion of that you might want to get from the applicant in terms of Concordia's reasons for wanting all the land that they use to be under their ownership and under their zoning. I do want to clarify, though, that that setback applies to residential and commercial uses, so not necessarily institutional education buildings. So there is a bit more of a potential that that surface parking lot could be used by the campus, but not if they were to include commercial or residential uses.
Okay, so like if they wanted to build a residence or something like that, it would, or if they wanted to build some commercial on the main floor, that would trigger the setbacks?
That would trigger the setbacks.
Okay.
The larger setback. There's still
Right, there's an
obviously a
existing one.
requirement, yeah.
Yeah, so it would trigger the much larger one. And help me understand, along 73rd, it sounds like, there's already trees, there's already a sidewalk. What is changing? What is enabled? What would be different?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like stuff happening at the same time. So there was some recent planting, probably while we were processing this, but they're essentially wanting to move the lot line from where it is right now, which is essentially at the edge of the sidewalk, to the fence line. So it doesn't look like much, but that boulevard is right now on the school side, the public school side. And so it will make it easier for Concordia to improve that corridor in the future, should that be through more planting or any other kind of improvement. So admittedly, I would not expect a lot of change from what you see now to what you see in the future, but a lot of the work that has been done there has been done quite recently.
Okay. Okay, and I appreciate the concerns that were raised around just the expansion of Concordia's campus, to the point that was raised by Mayor Knack. There aren't other opportunities to expand at this time, given the ownership structures in this area. My understanding is that there have been some conversations tied into exhibition lands that any future growth could be actually on the north side of 112th into exhibition lands like the institutional anchor. There's been ongoing conversations about that. Is that accurate?
I'm not aware of any conversations with Concordia about using exhibition lands, but I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have anything else to add.
No, I don't have anything to add about that right now. I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me.
Okay, that's my understanding, and that's sort of what I've been hearing, and I think that there's a general knowledge and understanding of that by folks in the surrounding community. Placement of signage. It sounds like it was placed on 73rd, which isn't necessarily the route that folks might take if they're living in the community and going into the neighborhood. Why that location? How is that determined? I'm running out of time.
Can we get somebody to move a second round?
Move a second round.
Or Councillor Stevenson's clicking on to finish that question.
Yes.
So the sign placement, we were in a bit of a difficult position in terms of deciding where to put the sign. It's a pretty awkwardly shaped rezoning area. There's requirements for the sign to be placed on site. We tried to put it down near where the surface parking lot is, which is where the majority of the land is getting rezoned. And we're also being mindful of making sure the sign's not located in like a public boulevard or anywhere it could obscure view for vehicles and that kind of thing. So it was a bit of an awkward placement. That's probably true. We didn't have a lot of options. So I get the point from the speaker. I will add, though, that we did circulate the mailed notice to 120 meters, so twice the radius that would be required in order to make sure that we notified a wider part of the community.
Excellent, appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for administration? No? Are there any questions of new information related to the public hearing for either our applicants or our, yeah, there is. So please come down, I think, to our applicant. Please come down. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, just as you're coming down there, I need clarity around just why ask for the change if it's not necessarily conducive to a building? Is it more about having consistency of zoning across the site, or what? Help me understand that.
I think first and foremost it is about consistency. So this is going to become an ownership from Concordia. one of the conditions of the purchase agreement that we have with the school board and through city admin is to consolidate this parcel with the greater campus. So it is going to be part of legally the boundary of Concordia. So there's that basis for wanting to have a continuous zone. But even though it's not a building, it's still a parking lot serving Concordia. So it is still a part of Concordia's infrastructure. It makes sense for them, if they own it, to be part of their overall campus. And I think if we were to not rezone it, I think that actually is less transparent about the intention here. I think to own it and leave it zoned as public school site, I mean, I don't think anyone would think that was a particularly good idea. So I think we're going down a path that is, you know, quite transparent. There was a reference earlier to a couple of things just to clarify. There is an agreement between Concordia and the city that there is a pedestrian corridor that goes all the way from the Northlands across the avenue all the way down to Ada Boulevard. The sidewalk was built in the last year or two when there was a new academic building constructed. I'm sure some of you saw there was construction there for almost a 2-year period, as well as the trees and the fence was constructed. But the trees and the fence have been on the land that's been leased from the school board. And so there is a property line shift in order to put the ownership of the trees and the fence back to Concordia, who is maintaining it. So nothing is going to change from an infrastructure point of view, but there will be a property line moved.
Okay.
So that's the reference to the trees. I think there was also some reference made by the resident who spoke about there is a height. There is no difference in height. We have the same regulations as the campus. This is quite an extraordinary setback, though, from 3 meters to 12.5, and it is for specific uses. But there is really not a lot of development opportunity here for the footprint of a building is very small. It really doesn't have that opportunity. So really the big opportunity here is just to entrench the parking and make it part of campus. And that really has been the intent all along.
Right. And my last question for you is expectations around any potential, future expansion, growth. My understanding and assumption is that the most natural place for that growth would actually be north of 112th.
Or right on 112th.
Or on, yep.
There is a student residence building under construction right now at the corner of 73rd and 112th.
Right, yes, of course.
That's land that was rezoned about a year ago. Construction started last year. That is their current expansion for housing for students.
Right.
And then there is other land on the campus site, and about 2 years ago they completed construction of the new academic building. So, yeah, as far as I know, that there's no real.
But in terms of going sort of further into the neighborhood itself?
I don't think so, and there's no real opportunity there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to close the public hearing, I'm just going to do a quick agenda management piece. There is a way for us to restart the council meeting even if we go slightly past 4:30. So, Madam Clerk, do you want to give us some?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Knack. So as long as you pass a motion with notice before 4:30, just to amend the orders for your council meeting that recessed yesterday, I think we can make that work.
Okay.
If you could just make a motion without customary notice, would you like to start at 5 o'clock, or if you could just give me notice so that I can say out loud so admin knows when to be here?
Okay. Yeah, if you want to make the motion without customary, we have to give permission for somebody to do that. So can you give
Correct.
permission, Councillor Stevenson, for somebody to make a motion without customary notice?
Councillor Wright be able to make a motion without customary notice?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is, I'm going to assume, carried 13-0, maybe? It went off my screen. Thank you. Councillor Wright, did you want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to resume city council meeting at 5 o'clock on January.
4:45.
So we'll do
4:45 on
to adjust
January
the orders
28th.
of the day to the January 27th city council meeting to resume at 4:45 to end no later than 5:30, please.
Thank you.
Would that be in the chat or just what she said?
That's, you've moved what has been stated. Do I have a seconder?
Second?
Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll take if there's no further questions, I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by anyone?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. There we go. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
Move first reading.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Moved by, or seconded by Councillor Wright. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Salvador to close.
Sure, thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to discuss this, and again, want to thank the speakers for being with us today. And I want to just begin by recognizing the very real tensions that come when you have a growing institution like Concordia, really and in a residential neighborhood that is bounded on one side by, of course, the River Valley, Gretzky on one side, and other roadways to the north and west. And I think I've gotten the clarity that I've needed, because I came into this with a number of questions about, why now? What is the impetus for this change? So getting some of the background around how this particular parcel has been used for the past 20 plus years, recognizing that Concordia has leased it from the school board, and that the school board has declared that surplus, which is why it is now coming forward. I think that kind of tracks for me. That was a question mark in my mind. I appreciate the clarity that's been provided around the use of this space, and that the intention is to continue on as surface parking for both staff and students. I have been given some assurance and reassurance that any potential development on this site would have a very significant setback from the schoolyard, the existing school building, to the point where, is a building even viable on a parcel of this size? I think the real rationale in my mind is just to allow for consistency of zoning when we're doing these and looking at these kinds of consolidated parcels. It's just about having the same zoning across the site. At least that's where I've arrived at. And the existing zoning is urban institutional, which is what this is being asked to be brought up to. I appreciated the points that were raised around consultation and engagement. It was concerning to me when I first heard that the school board, or it was shared by the speaker, that the school board didn't receive notice, but I'm hearing from administration that they did, and that they replied in support, which was reassuring. I was also reassured by the understanding that the 73rd connection isn't really going to change. This is just about realigning that boundary a little bit, but the existing trees, the boulevard, the sidewalk will all be staying in place. And finally, I think the other thing that was teased out during this conversation is just around expectations for future growth. Concordia is a growing institution. We've seen a lot of that growth in the last few years in the Virginia Park neighborhood, and hearing that future growth is likely directed towards 1/12, I think makes sense, because there are physical limitations for how far this institution can grow into the neighborhood. I think that covers a lot of my points and where I've arrived at. I do feel, with all of that in mind, I do feel comfortable supporting this at this time, given those protections are in place. So I would leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador,
Move second reading.
do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor
Yeah, second, sorry.
Wright. Please vote for second reading.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador,
I'll move consideration of third reading.
do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for consideration.
Yes. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador,
I'll move third reading of bylaw 21388.
Second.
and 21386.
Sorry, and 21386.
Perfect.
Second that
Thank
as
you.
well.
That's seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on those two items.
Yes. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. There is one item of business left on this public hearing, but I think we have a few more urgent council items. I know we have a overflow date of February 12th, but I actually believe it's still in order to move this to February 3rd. And only if we don't finish things on February 3rd would we move things to the 12th. But let's not give up before we get started. So if
Can I make a motion to move item 3.20 to February 3rd public hearing, please?
yeah, I've got that moved. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please, any questions, Councillor Principe?
Yes, I do have a question to administration, just if this is a timely item or not. Does administration have an issue with this being delayed?
No, we're good, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Please vote on the to postpone this to the February 3rd public hearing.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Any notices of motion? Or motion, we already did motions like customary notice. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned and we need oh wait, sorry, because before we say, yeah.
Really quick, truncated version. You guys are, just a reminder that you're in a live public hearing now on that last item. So I would just caution you and invite you to be very careful about engaging on the issue, taking a position in the media, or seeking further information on it until it comes back on February 8th. Did we say?
Third,
sorry.
next week,
Sorry.
next Tuesday. Thank you for that reminder, appreciate that. So we are adjourned, we need a few minutes, we'll see if